Hi, I'm Isabella from Tuscany, and this is my story. My parents were super wealthy, strict people who had everything, but they longed for a second child. I was born 5 years after my older sister Abigail, and my parents instantly fell in love with me. Abigail took one look at me and made a face.
What's the big deal? She looks like a potato.
A very cute potato. Look at those cute girls. Growing up, Abigail really hated how I was always the center of attention. When I started crawling, she pushed me under beds and sofas. She would hand me chocolate-coated peas and sprouts. On my 7th birthday, Mom and Dad got me a beautiful Barbie doll. I was so happy, but Abigail just couldn't stand my happiness. When I came back from school, my doll was ruined, and she had a friggin' mustache. I was about to cry, but seeing Abigail at the door, I saw red.
Abigail, I'll end you. Why? I made it look so pretty, just like you.
That was it. I lunged at Abigail and pulled her hair. Mom and Dad came and pulled us apart, and as a punishment, Abigail had to give all of her toys to me. So I kinda won that one. Then when I turned 12, Abigail got her ears pierced, and Dad bought her giant diamond earrings to go with it. I wanted my ears pierced, but my parents refused. But I was determined to get them. I broke my piggy bank and got my ears pierced from the mall. Though I was grounded for a week and made to write an essay on disobedience because of it. Worth it! You're so careless and stubborn, Isabella. A few days after my 15th birthday, our cook came to see my parents. She wanted her daughter Mia to work for the family as a maid. She's lived most of her life in the village. I want her to go to a better school, but I don't have enough money. So I thought she could work here and help me. Please, give her a trial. She's really smart. Mia was my age and looked sweet. It would be awesome to have someone my age around the house. I can't believe I'm here. Finally, my life will get better. She told me that her life in the village was difficult and her dad was a jerk. We became close after that. Though she was assigned to organize my closet and pick up after me, she wasn't very good at it. But at school, teachers were impressed by her intelligence. She was a genius, and I hated studying, so I made a deal with her. Hey, listen, I hate school. What if you do my homework and I won't tell my parents how much you suck at cleaning? You got yourself a deal, bestie. This girl was amazing and treated me better than my own sister. But I guess Abigail was jealous because we were both so close. One day, she tried to warn me about Mia. Hey, you should set some boundaries with that maid. She's always snooping around in your room. Duh, of course she is. She has to clean it, so she has to be there. Mia is totally awesome. Ugh, whatever. One time at school, we were having a spring dance, and I was really hoping Zach, the hottest guy in my class, would ask me out. I have had a crush on him since kindergarten, and when he did, I felt over the moon. That day, Zach offered to walk me home, so here we are, your place. So, goodbye. Hey, Zach, wait. When he turned around, I rushed and kissed him on the cheek. He smiled and walked away. I felt like there were 1,000 butterflies in my stomach, but the moment I caught Mia grinning at the front door, my smile dropped. You kissed a boy? Wow, I was wondering, can you set me up with his friend? I always wanted to have a boyfriend. Shh, we are going out together. Just don't tell my parents or Abigail. You know how strict they are, and I can't just ask him if his friend needs a girlfriend. It doesn't work that way. Oh, yeah. And then Mia actually rolled her eyes at me and walked away. What was that attitude? Soon after that, I began to notice that my things were going missing. First, my favorite lipstick, then an expensive serum, and finally a Gucci backpack. I asked Mia if she'd seen it anywhere, but she said she hadn't. Maybe you left it at a friend's house. Come on, you can be pretty careless. Like the time you kissed a boy at your doorstep in broad daylight. Since the day she had seen me with Zach, Mia was being super weird. Sure, I could be a little careless, but I'd never misplaced anything in my life before, especially a whole frickin' backpack. On the day of the spring dance, I was getting ready, and that's when I noticed my favorite top was missing. Mia, have you seen my tweed top? The pink one? Yeah, have you... Why are you crying? I'm so sorry, Isabella. I borrowed the top last week and I fell and it tore up along the side and I tried to fix it, but I couldn't. Please don't tell anyone or Mom will send me back to the village. I know you won't tell. Look, I guard your secrets too. Like you kissing your boyfriend and how you make me do your homework. Remember? Are you, like, threatening me? Perhaps. I was shocked that Mia could go so low. After that day, Mia only got bolder. She kept taking my stuff without telling me. Not only was she taking full advantage of my things, she didn't clean my room either. She even told Mom that I trashed my room on purpose to make her do more work. And it was no shock that Mom believed her. Isabella, you're almost 16. Get your act together. Clean your room now. Ugh, I was so mad at Mia. I had been nothing but nice, and she'd taken advantage of me. I started cleaning my own room and locked it every day before I left for school. It was hard, but soon I got the hang of it. If it weren't for Zach, I would have gone crazy. The guy was like a ray of sunshine in my boring life. One time, we went out on a date, and Zach gave me the most precious gift ever, a set of pearl earrings. OMG, these are so pretty. Not prettier than you. Saying that, he kissed me. Zach was so perfect, and I was so in love with him. The next day, when I woke up, I felt sick. Mom and Dad took me to the doctor, and I learned I had some viral infection and needed complete bed rest. I was literally knocked out cold because of the meds and stayed in bed for days. But when I finally felt better, I tried calling Zach. His number was unreachable, and he had blocked me everywhere. He even changed his school. But he left me a message on Insta. Good luck with your new life. I am moving out of town because of Dad's work, but I'm sure you must be happy. When I tried to reply, I couldn't. What was that even about? I was sad for weeks. One day when I stepped into my room, I saw Mia in front of the mirror trying on the earrings. Hey, get those off. Zach gave those to me. For God's sake, stop touching my stuff. Zach, the same guy who royally dumped you, still hoping he'll come back to you? You are very naive. Here you go, your ugly earrings. I am so gonna tell Mom. Good luck convincing her. Your own family will never believe you. The careless liar of the family. She was right. She had Mom and Dad fooled. A few weeks later, I saw Abigail flaunting her new hair, and so I wanted to do the same. That's what girls do, change their hairstyle after a breakup. But when I asked Mom and Dad to let me have the treatment, they refused, saying I was too young. Well, they were wrong. I watched some YouTube videos of the treatment. It looked easy, but I didn't have enough money to afford it. I snuck into my mom's room and pulled out a credit card from her wallet. A few days later, my package arrived. I made sure everyone was busy before I set everything up. After hours of work, I took the towel off the mirror to look at my new and improved hair. What the heck? My hair was curlier than before and clung to my head like a furry cap. Abigail heard me scream and rushed into the room. Oh my God, what happened? Oh, Abby, it went all wrong. Calm down. Take a deep breath. How did this even happen? Yes, how did it? But one look at Mia's evil grin, and I had my answer. You witch. You did this. Why are you this way? What did I do to you? I was always nice and treated you well. It just annoys me to the core that a dumb witch like you is living this perfect life while someone like me is just a maid. You have a serious problem. You're so sick. I knew it was you who did this to me. Me? That's enough, Isabella. It's your own fault. I have the credit card receipts. I can't believe you've been stealing from us. Oops, told you so. You just wait, you witch. I'll expose you for who you really are. Best of luck. A few days later, we had a huge party at our place. I felt so sad that I couldn't attend because of my hair. But then I found a box near my bed. A beautiful wig was inside, from Abigail. I suddenly had tears in my eyes. Abigail had always loved me, no matter how much we fought. I quickly got ready, and as I was having some soda at the party, I spotted a familiar face. It was Zach. So, you finally showed your face. I didn't want to come. My dad made me. How could you leave me like that, Zach? Did I never mean anything to you? I left you? Last time I checked, you dumped me because one of the jocks had gotten you pregnant. You told me to stay away because you wanted to be with him, whoever the jerk was. Where is he even? Hearing his words, I felt the ground shake. Pregnant? Me? Seeing me shell-shocked, Zach realized I really had no idea what he was talking about. He then showed me Insta messages from me telling him to back off. Checking the dates, I realized they were sent when I was sick. And then it all clicked. By any chance, did you talk to my maid, Mia? Actually, yeah. I called your number and she picked up and said you asked me not to call you ever again. Oh my God! That psychopath witch! The moment I spotted her among the guests, acting as if she were some supermodel, I slapped her. Seeing Zach next to me, her eyes widened. You crazy evil psycho! You went too far this time! Our shouting attracted everyone from the party. Zach, you should be thanking me. I was saving you from this freak. Yeah, I told a small lie, but it was so worth it. I felt my cheeks turn red and I just wanted to hide. I had never been this humiliated, but before I could run, Abigail came forward and pushed Mia away from me. How dare you treat my sister this way? Wait till you hear what she actually did. Zach told Mom, Dad, and Abigail the whole lie Mia told, and they were stunned. Mia, how could you do this? We thought you were a sensible young girl.
Sensible girl? I don't want to be a sensible poor girl. I'm too smart. No, I'm a genius. That's how I ruined your daughter's life. Yeah, I hacked your phone, Isabella, you dumb, useless girl, and sent Zach everything. Someone like him can't be with someone like you. I want your life. Why should I have to work for all the things I want? I won't be a loser like my mom. Don't talk to my mother that way. And calling your own mom a loser? Mia, you are pathetic. As if you could. Before she could even finish, someone grabbed Mia's arm. It was her mom. Mia, you are a disgrace. This family took you in, treated you as their own, and this is how you repay them. I'm sorry, Miss Isabella. My daughter is out of control. I knew she had some problems, but I never expected her to go this far. Oh, Isabella, we're sorry, darling. We should have believed you. Mia, you are no longer welcome here. Get out, now. Hearing this, Mia went completely bonkers and suddenly jumped over the tables and set the curtains on fire with some candles. You stupid rich people, treating poor people like trash. I hate you. You should all die. If I can't live this lifestyle, no one can. The fire instantly spread all across the house and everyone ran out screaming. I felt my feet glued to the floor, but thank God, Zach held my hand and dragged me out. Watching my house burn was a scene from a nightmare, but the main thing was that everyone was safe. Soon the fire brigade and the police came, and they took Mia away. I'm so glad you're okay, Isabella. I'm glad you're okay too. You were totally right about Mia being a psycho. I should have believed you. I kind of made your life a living hell when we were living together, so I don't blame you for not believing me. I was about to answer, but just then I felt someone's arms on my shoulders. I am so sorry for ever doubting you. I can't believe I fell for those stupid lies. Isabella, I love you so much. Shh, it's all in the past, Zach. I love you too. I always have. Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm from Ohio. Please like and subscribe. My parents always dreamt of being world-famous singers, but they could never become anything more than background vocals. So when me and my sister Tanya were born, Dad taught me all about music. While Tanya was Mom's favorite, 'cause she was the pretty one. Everyone admired her emerald green eyes and blonde hair. Once when we were 5, a woman even tried to steal her from the park. Let go of my sister or I'm gonna scream! I'll give you $10, kid. Let go of her hand.
Tanya and I struggled until she let go and ran away before the police came. Tanya hugged me tight.
Anna, you saved me. No one touches you on my watch, sis.
Even growing up, she always had everyone's attention, whereas I enjoyed my simple life. But then in 10th grade, things took a wild turn. One day after school, we got home to see Dad being rushed to the hospital. He had a heart attack. A week passed by, and we found out he wasn't gonna get better unless he had this really expensive surgery, and we didn't have money for it. Mom was thinking about selling the house when, out of the blue, she got a phone call. After she hung up, she screamed like crazy. My former agent told me they're looking for new talent and they're gonna pay huge money. She told us about a music audition that was happening in another week and asked us to grab the opportunity. On the day of the audition, everyone was stunned by Tanya's looks, but when she opened her mouth, they all covered her ears. Hello from the other side. Someone grab the mic from her hands or shut off the speakers. I can't stand her voice. Well, he was over-exaggerating, but not entirely. Tanya couldn't sing a note, not even in the bathroom. A few minutes later, it was my turn, and when I started singing, the producers looked mesmerized. I'm not giving up on you. You know I love you. Please hug me and say it back. I love you. After a long discussion, they announced they were gonna sign both of us, but there was one condition. They wanted me to sing, but in the background for Tanya, she would lip sync to my voice. No, that's wrong. We won't be doing that. But Tanya held my hand with teary eyes. Please, sis, you have to do this. We need the money. But Tanya, Anna, my love, the future of our family rests on your shoulders now. Think about your dad. Think about our family, honey. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stand to see my family suffering. So I agreed. After we signed the deal, all of Dad's hospital bills were paid, and he came back home all healthy in a month. And then it was just me and Tanya and the non-ending music videos and tours around the country. Everywhere Tanya went, people would go crazy for her. They would literally jump over each other to catch sight of her. These people were nuts. And clearly, this was getting to Tanya's head, because when we returned to school after summer break, she started acting like a queen and a bully. Get out of my seat. That's my spot. Don't you know who I am? The guy didn't even flinch and kept munching on his sandwich, and Tanya looked as furious as a dragon. Hey, it's okay. We can take another seat. Maybe he can't hear, but she just picked up a bottle full of mustard and dumped it on his head. You've got to be frickin' kidding me. I looked at the guy, who looked raging mad. Hey, I'm sorry about my sister. She's a little... Please, let it go. I'll pay for your jacket later. I grabbed Tanya's hand as I pulled her out of there. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you see? He was acting as if he didn't know me. Tanya, you're not the president, and you should... Whatever, Anna. You didn't have to say sorry to him. He's a jerk. Saying that, she stormed away. Ugh, such a diva. Later, after school was over, I went into the music room to practice my singing, but just as I finished, I heard someone clap behind me, and I was shocked to see the guy from the cafeteria, Brandon. That voice, that's your sister's voice when she sings, isn't it? Oh God, what now? But he didn't know anything for sure. I thought you didn't know her, and now you know her voice? I never said that. She just assumed it. I know who she is, and now I know her little secret. You know nothing. With every sentence, he kept getting closer as I was backing away. I tripped over something, and he caught me. What are you even doing here? Everyone's gone. But you're still here, and you kinda owe me something. My eyes widened at that, but then he put me back on my feet and continued. You said you'll pay for my jacket. I'm here to collect the money. Right. What was I even thinking? I gave him some money from my bag and ran out of there. A few days later, while I was in the library, Tanya came to me. I want you to go and give this to Brandon and tell him that I want to meet him at the cafe tonight. What? Why? What are you up to now? Didn't you see? He ignored me. He isn't like the other guys who were running after me 24/7. I like him. I want him. I want to make him my frickin' boyfriend. Well, then you go and talk to him. Why should I do it? Because I'm me, duh. I'm a superstar. I can't make the first move. I don't want to look desperate. Do it for me, please. Ugh. Reluctantly, I left a note on his table and asked him to come to the cafe and ran out of there. Later, Tanya asked me to tag along, and just when we reached the cafe, she saw some random people with cameras there. Oh no, paparazzi. I can't be seen with anyone. My contract doesn't allow me to date publicly, Anna. But what about Brandon? He's waiting for you. Can you please go and tell him I'll see him tomorrow at school? Okay, thanks, bye. Saying that, she ran into a cab and rode away. Now I had no choice but to inform Brandon myself. So I went in. Hey, I'm sorry, but I thought you wouldn't come and that this was some stupid prank, but I'm glad you're here. What? Me? Wait, did he think I was the one who called him here? Shoot! I wanted to tell him everything, but he looked so happy to see me, and he'd ordered all my favorite food items. I I thought I could wait another few minutes before telling him, but as time went by, things just kept getting better and better. He was pretty cool. After our little date, he walked me back home. This was my chance to tell him the truth, but he just pulled me in for a kiss. And gosh, it was amazing. Suddenly, I heard Tanya coming out the front door, and I pushed him away into the bushes and rushed in. The next day, I was looking for him everywhere to tell him the truth, but I found Tanya was already talking to him in the corridor. Frickin' fishes. What do you mean you don't like me? Then why did you show up at the cafe last night?
What are you, crazy? I wasn't waiting for you. I was there for Anna. I wouldn't date someone as mean as you, even if you were the last girl on earth.
How dare you? Tanya slapped him hard and ran out of there, and all the kids were recording everything on their phones. This was bad. I ran after Tanya, but she pushed me away. Get lost, Anna. I told you I liked him, but you trapped him first. Tanya, stop it. I didn't do anything. He liked me from the beginning, and you sent me to him. Yeah, it was my biggest mistake, thinking I could trust you. Traitor witch. She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Mom and Dad were called in, and the principal showed them the videos the kids had recorded. He said Tanya's behavior was getting worse day by day, and she was suspended for a month. I felt so bad and went to hug her later that night and told her I wasn't going to see Brandon anymore, and she immediately hugged me. But when I went to my room, Brandon was already waiting there.
Why are you avoiding me? And what was your sis talking about today?
Brandon, you can't be here. Get out now.
Hey, chill. Why do you look so tense? Tell me, what happened?
He pulled me close into his arms, and I just melted. I told him everything, honestly, and then he looked into my eyes.
I won't force you to like me, but if you do, I won't let anyone keep you away from me, Anna.
He moved in to kiss me, but just then, Tanya came into my room with a fire extinguisher in her hand and sprayed it all over us. I knew it, you ugly cow. I knew you're a filthy backstabber, and I'm gonna destroy you both. Suddenly, Mom and Dad came running too, and she was taken back to her room. And I was grounded for a week for inviting a boy. We had a big concert soon, and though I was super mad at Tanya, I still had to help her because of our contract. As usual, I was singing backstage while the entire crowd was cheering for Tanya. After the performance was over, she was given an award for star performer. Even Mom and Dad were called on stage.
You guys must feel truly blessed to have a daughter with the voice of an angel.
It's an honor. We're so lucky to have her. For some reason, I felt really left out, and I smashed my mic on the ground. Just then, someone from the audience asked Tanya to dedicate a song to Mom. Holy moly. Tanya made this gesture with her hands that was my cue to sing every time. But my mic, it was lying broken on the floor. She started singing without me, and everyone in the audience heard her real voice. Oh my God! A wave of silence passed through the audience, and Tanya looked at me super mad. The crowd started chanting that she was a fraud who did lip syncing. They went mad and started climbing onto the stage. The bodyguards immediately took Tanya and my parents away to safety and left me there all by myself. How could they? I ran out of the venue and I was raging mad. I did so much for them and they didn't care about me one bit. But when I reached home, I was shocked to see a huge crowd gathered in front of my house. What in the world was happening? Just then, my phone went buzzing like crazy with videos and messages from everyone. Tanya's bullying and lip-syncing videos were going viral, and someone uploaded my video as the real singer too. Holy Mother of Jesus! I quickly went into the house through the back door, and on seeing me, Tanya viciously threw a vase at me, which I barely missed. Just then, I saw all the singing awards and trophies she was burning in the fireplace. Oh my God, have you gone crazy? Why would you do that? What were you thinking? Trying to ruin me? What? Are you kidding me? It was an accident. Oh, was it? Or is it because you want some fame for yourself now? Just remember this, you witch. People hear your voice because of my face. Otherwise, no one would ever pay you, even if you sang on the roadside. Who was this monster? You're such a mean, self-absorbed brat, Tanya. I can't believe you'd say that to me when the fact is, you're only a star because of my voice. Without me, you're just a pretty dumb face. Tanya picked up a burning trophy in her hand and charged at me with full force. You took away everything from me. The guy I loved, my reputation at school, and now my fame too. I'm gonna kill you. Thankfully, Mom and Dad came in and stopped her just in time.
Stop this madness right now. I can't believe we were so blinded by your beauty and fame that we never realized what a monster you were turning into.
Dad took the burning trophy from her hand and threw it away.
Anna, we're so sorry. We've never truly appreciated you for everything you've done for us. You're the daughter that every parent would be proud of. Please, forgive us.
Oh, Mom, Dad, you people are just morons. And I'm not letting go of my fame so easily. Watch this. I'm gonna walk out and everyone is still gonna love me. Tanya opened the front door and walked out, and all the media surrounded her.
So, is it true you can't sing? And that creepy frog voice we heard? Was it your real voice?
And who's the real singer? Is she your sister? We want to say her. You're just fake trash. Just then, a bunch of anti-fans started throwing eggs and rotten tomatoes at her. She was screaming like crazy and pushing through the crowd to get to her car. And well, I was enjoying it. She was totally getting what she deserved. I thought I'd get a better view from my room, so I went up and found Brandon there. I immediately hugged him.
Whoa, the truth's all out now. And I can't believe I'm dating the real star. I'm excited for your famous life now.
No, Brandon. I just want a peaceful life. And if you're with me to enjoy some kind of popularity, you got the wrong girl.
No, babe. I don't care about what you choose, just as long as I can be with you. Always.
I was crazy nervous as I tried to hold my balance. Someone from the crowd cheered, "Come on, Scarlett! You can do it!" Okay, here goes nothing. I took a deep breath. Even though these were only tryouts, practically half the school was there to see me perform. They were all cheering for me. I closed my eyes and started to roll. And your girl did not disappoint. Oh my god, I did it! Everyone applauded when I landed the perfect split. Just then, the gym door flew open, and my mom rushed in screaming, "Be careful with my baby!" I groaned, momentarily forgetting where I was and losing my balance. The next second, I was on the floor. Half the audience ran to help me up. Thankfully, Mom couldn't push past my adoring fans, but I could hear her yell, "Is she okay? You won't know! Let me pass!" But her screams were drowned out by all the boys asking me if I was okay. "I'm fine, guys. No biggie." The football captain laughed and said, "Darn! That was a nasty fall. But you didn't even flinch. You really are perfect." Why, thank you. Everyone laughed kindly as I brushed off my dress and took a bow. "Time to go home, young lady." "Hi, I'm Scarlett. I've just been made captain of the cheerleading squad, and to everyone else, my life was perfect. But I have this rare condition called CIPA, which means I can't feel pain or hot and cold. My condition helped me make my crush fall in love with me. But shh, it's a secret." As soon as we got home, Mom started my daily body check. I rolled my eyes. "Seriously, Mom? I'm 16 now. I can do it myself." But Mom wasn't listening. She was staring in horror at something on my elbow. "Just look at this! You'll end up killing yourself and you won't even know." "It's just a scratch, Mom." "A scratch? Any more scratches like this and I'll have you homeschooled again." I groaned. Jeez. Mom was always overreacting. "I hurt my leg that one time, Mom. I was 8. I'm sorry, that one time? Need I remind you of the state of your perfect leg?" Ugh, fine. She had a point. When I was 8, I fell off a swing and injured my leg. But because I couldn't feel pain, I didn't know how bad it was. When the doctor realized the week after, I ended up with a prosthetic leg. But that was ancient history now. Mom just wouldn't get over it. Suddenly the door slammed open and my younger sister, Brooke, barged in. "Mom! You said you'd take me shopping today. I'm still waiting." "Oh, yes, I forgot. I'm busy now. We'll go another day." "What? Oh my god, no, Mom! You've been stalling for like 2 weeks. I need a new outfit for the spring dance." By this point, Mom wasn't even listening. "Mom, But Brooke looked at me with anger and stormed out of the room, yelling, "I don't need your stupid sympathy. I need you to get out of my life." A few weeks later, as I was putting my books in my locker before practice, someone said, "So, you want to be my date for the spring dance tonight, dollface?" Dollface? Ew? Where was I? In some tacky noir movie? I looked up to see who it was and saw the captain of the football team. Oh, of course. Ever since I'd been promoted to captain of the cheer squad, every jock in school was on a mission to claim me. But this guy was the most persistent. One day, I found my locker full of gifts and hundreds of love letters. It took me an hour to find my chemistry notes. Another day, I was in the cafeteria when I said, "I love pizza." Suddenly, he jumped up and announced, "Free pizza for everyone!" I gasped in horror. He didn't even wait for me to finish. I told him I really wasn't planning on going with anyone tonight. I couldn't imagine how Mom would react. Half the time, she acted like breathing was an extreme sport. But thankfully, at that moment, a crowd of people started rushing to the parking lot. Someone yelled, "The new kid has an Audi!" Within minutes, the entire school was gathered around the car, breathless to see the owner. I rolled my eyes, like waving candy in front of a baby's face. But just as I was about to leave, the owner of the car stepped out. For a minute, I was starstruck. This was the most handsome guy I'd ever seen. And clearly, I wasn't the only one who thought so. All the girls began to ooh and ah. The most interesting thing was that he seemed to not even notice anyone. He walked away from the crowd and headed straight over to me. I froze. Why was he coming over here? He looked at me and our eyes met. He hesitated and I felt my knees getting weak. Then his eyes filled with anger and said, "Move out of my way." I jumped away like I'd been electrocuted. As soon as he went past me, it was like everything returned to normal. And immediately, the captain appeared and said, "So, about that date." That evening when I got home, Brooke practically skipped over to me. She looked really happy. "You know that new guy, Connor? He's coming to the spring dance tonight. He won't say no to me if I wear your black outfit. Mom didn't take me shopping because of you." With that, she grabbed the dress and was gone before I could say a word. I slumped onto the bed and decided to watch videos on my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated. I just put on my favorite one. My psycho mom is obsessed with healthy food. At least this would cheer me up. Mom suddenly barged in through the door and snapped, "You're not going to this dance, are you?" I rolled my eyes and said I might go for a bit, and Mom quickly forbade me. She said since she wouldn't be able to come with me to keep an eye on me, I couldn't go. Kids do all sorts of crazy things at these parties. You might hit your head or injure your other leg. You wouldn't even know. So you're not going. But Mom, she just slammed the door. Ugh, it was so annoying how she was always in my face. I could hear Brooke dancing around as she got ready. Now that Mom had said I wasn't allowed, I really wanted to go. So I waited for Brooke to leave and Mom to go to her room. Then I put on my turquoise evening dress, grabbed my heels, and tiptoed down the stairs. The minute I was at the door, I broke into a run. Suddenly, a car came racing towards me. I screamed and in my panic froze on the spot. A loud horn blared and the car stopped just inches from me. "Are you out of your mind? What happened? Are you okay?" When I finally realized what was happening, I immediately pretended to be hurt and cried, "Ow! It hurts! It hurts! I didn't even touch you!" I wasn't sure if he was lying or not, so I just shouted, "Are you calling me a liar after you almost ran me over?" He helped me onto the hood of his car and looked for any injuries. I blushed. I couldn't believe Connor was helping me out so tenderly. As I got off the hood, I pretended to limp. But to my utter embarrassment, I lost my balance and ended up on top of him. "I'm sorry!" But then I heard Connor mutter under his breath, "You're breathtaking." I'm sorry, what? Did I hear him right? Then he abruptly pushed me off. "I'm sorry." I was confused till I saw what he meant. He accidentally stepped on my foot. I began to jump up and down again. "Oh, my foot! My poor foot!" He quickly opened the door of his car and helped me get in. When he pulled up at the dance, everyone looked at us in shock. Someone whispered, "Makes sense for them to come together. They look perfect." I blushed, wondering if he'd heard it too. But of course, Mr. Connor had just disappeared. The captain of the football team rushed over to my side and grabbed my hand. "Dance with me. You're my date for the night." Ugh, him again. I pointed to my foot and said, "Oh no, I hurt my foot. I couldn't possibly." But to my utter shock, he just pulled me to the dance floor. One dance never killed anyone. I was getting really annoyed now. "Do you not get consent?" I turned to see Connor glaring down at the guy. My heart fluttered. Was Connor rescuing me? My hero. Immediately, everyone gathered around us. The captain took one look around him, then dropped my hand. Somehow, Connor had that impact on everyone. No one wanted to mess with him. I stepped towards Connor to thank him, but before I could say a word, my eyes landed on Brooke. She glared at me before rushing over, dragging me aside, away from Connor. "I thought Mom said you couldn't come, and now you've hurt yourself in front of Connor to get his sympathy? You're disgusting!" "What? No, Brookie, that's not what happened." But before I could explain, something even worse than Brooke happened. Mom came in, yelling my name. "Scarlett! Scarlett!" As soon as she saw me, she rushed over and started shouting for an ambulance. "My baby's hurt! Someone call 911! My baby!" I tried to tell her that I was fine, but she dragged me away, saying we had to go to the hospital as soon as possible. On my way out, I tried to catch Connor's eye, but he suddenly seemed determined to avoid me. The doctor said I was all good, but Mom didn't seem convinced. When we got home, Brooke was already back, and she was fuming. Before she could yell at me, I turned to Mom and said, Mom, I'm tired of you following me around everywhere. If you ever try to embarrass me like that again, I promise you I'll just move out. She looked shocked and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Just don't, please. There's gotta be another way. I can't have you showing up at school every day like that. For a minute, she looked stunned. And then she slumped onto the sofa, looking heartbroken. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. The next words out of her mouth made me want to jump out the window. You know what? You're right. You don't need me all the time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mom. When you've got your sister. We both yelled. What? I tried to tell Mom that's not what I meant. But she didn't listen and said I chose cheerleading against her will and that it's a dangerous sport. Brooke looked furious, and then she stormed out, saying, You'll regret this big time. And regret it? I did. The next day, I tried to talk to Connor alone. But as if it weren't bad enough that he was avoiding me for God knows what reason, Brooke kept following me around the school. I finally found Connor alone in the library. I tiptoed up to him. Hi, I was wondering where I could find a copy of Pride and Prejudice. I'm not the librarian. He immediately turned his back on me. How mean. I know, but I just thought maybe. I tried my luck again, but whenever I tried to face him, he turned away. Leave me alone! He tried to rush past me just as I decided to step in his way again, and suddenly our foreheads bumped. Ow! Oh my God, Scarlett, what a smooth move. Hit the hottie in the head, why don't ya? I'm so sorry. Impulsively, I reached up and pushed his hair out of his eyes to check his head. He stared at me, and I suddenly realized what I was doing. For a second, we looked into each other's eyes, and instinctively, we both leaned in. Excuse me. We both jumped back as Brooke appeared. Immediately, Connor left the library while my body tingled all over. Had I just almost kissed Connor? I'm going to the cafe. Yes, I can see you're starving. In the cafeteria, as soon as I sat down, all the jocks started flocking around me. Immediately, Brooke danced up to me, smiling and said, I almost forgot. I got you a bar of chocolate. Then she stuffed it into my mouth. Thanks. The boys around me started panicking. I grabbed my phone and was shocked to see my swollen face. I literally looked like a pufferfish. Were there peanuts in the bar, Brooke? I'm allergic to peanuts. Oh no, I forgot. Someone immediately rushed me home. For a few days after that, I couldn't go to school, but I didn't miss much. It was like the whole school was sending me flowers and gifts and whatnot. A few guys even came to my house. But there was one gift that really caught my eye. It was a small package. I opened it up and gasped. It was a copy of Pride and Prejudice. Had Connor sent this? My heart fluttered at the very thought. Apparently, Brooke thought so too. Because as soon as she saw it, she tried to throw it away. I had to fish it out of the trash. I was thrilled. My life really, truly was perfect. But perfection was an illusion. And the next day, my illusion shattered. As soon as I walked to my locker, I noticed papers scattered on the floor and everywhere. They looked like pages from a book or a diary, and a very familiar one at that. A horrible thought entered my head, and I snatched up one of the sheets. Almost passing out. My gut feeling was right. It was a page from my diary. I rushed to my locker and saw something that totally crushed me. Across the front, someone had painted Frankenstein. From a corner of the room, the football captain yelled, Thank God I broke up with her. What was he talking about? I yelled back, We were never together. Can we be now? I don't care about your condition. So what? I ignored him and rushed to find Brooke. She was in the cafeteria surrounded by a huge crowd. Do you know who could have done this? It could be anyone. You keep your diary in your bag. I think my life is over. Oh, come on. You're super pretty and popular. Why don't you relax? Here, drink this iced coffee. Just as I was about to drink it, someone snatched the cup away from me. I looked up in surprise to see Connor. It's boiling hot. She's trying to trick you. Look at your hands. They're blistering already. I glared at Brooke, and she looked terrified. But before I could even touch her, she returned to everyone and said that she regretted being related to someone like me, and that they should know the truth. You guys never wondered why she's good at doing splits? It's her lit! I jumped at her and was about to punch her. You little witch! But Connor dragged me away. We sat in the backyard, and Connor said, So it's true, huh? I told him about my rare condition. So, yes. It's true. I'm a freak. Just because you're different doesn't mean you're a freak. In fact, you're like Wonder Woman. And that's pretty cool, Scarlett. It's not that easy, you know, he quietly said. Yeah, it is. As he said that, Connor shyly put his hand on mine. I gasped. Oh no. I pulled my hand away. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep doing that? Do what? I told him I was really confused with the way he was hot one moment and cold the next. Your mood swings are kind of giving me whiplash, Connor. He tensed for a minute, and then he said, I'm that way, Scarlett. I'm weird, and I love strongly, but then I can't always show it, and it's difficult for me to. I could see that Connor was struggling, and my heart melted for him. I reached for his hand and said, I don't think you're weird, Connor. Not for a second. Suddenly, he pulled me in for a kiss. Fireworks exploded around me. As we headed back inside, I was stunned to see Mom marching over to me. She was dragging Brooke by the ear. Scarlett, my baby! Are you all right? The principal called me. Mom, relax. Relax? How can I when my own child, my own flesh and blood, is doing such terrible things? I'm going to ground her till college. No, Mom, it's not Brookie's fault. You're always so focused and worried about me. You're always leaving poor Brooke alone. Mom froze. What? What are you talking about? It's true, Mom. If you were fair to her, she wouldn't be so mad at me. So if you really want to change someone, it's gotta be you. Both Brooke and Mom looked shocked. And then suddenly, Brooke burst into tears. I rushed over to her and hugged her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Brookie. I'm here. I forgive you. We're all here for you. Mom started to cry too, and she hugged us, apologizing for all the times she was unfair. Behind Mom, I saw Connor and pulled him into the hug. They were all my family now.
Hello, friends. I'm Maxine, but you can call me Max. Please like and subscribe before I continue with my story. I was born prematurely to a single mom who lived in a beautiful farm. Since I was so weak and fragile, Mom treated me as if I was made of glass. Literally, Mom was constantly worried about me, from what I should do to what I should wear. She'd always give me organic food to eat. I had to drink green-colored smoothies in the morning to boost my immunity system and whatnot. It didn't end there. She'd always make sure that before going out, even for a walk in the park, I had on tons of sunscreen and was wearing knee pads and a helmet. But I always did the opposite. I loved to run and hang upside down on the monkey bars. Hey, Mom, come on! Let's try this together. It's so much fun. Oh, God, no way. Calm down, honey, please. Don't get me worried. Oh, Max, you don't have to make snow angels, honey. It's so cold. Oh, no. Why did you take off the training wheels? It's dangerous. What? A hike with your friends? Do you have any idea how many things can go wrong during such an activity? You could fall, you could hurt yourself, and you could get lost. That's how Mom was. One time when I was 16, it was raining heavily and Mom wanted me to get back in. I didn't, and as a result, I got sick. This herbal tea will do wonders. Mom's herbs were doing absolutely nothing to help, and when I got a high fever, she rushed me to the hospital and it turned out I was pretty sick. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Why was I being so reckless? I should have brought you to the doctor earlier. Don't worry, Mom. I'll get better. I had to stay in the hospital for 2 days. And it was then that I became fascinated with everything doctors did, except for the needles. Mom, I want to have the exact same lab coat. It looks so cool. I'll be a doctor when I grow up. Once I graduated high school, I told my mom that I wanted to go to New York to prepare for the entry test of the best medical school in the country, and I wanted to apply. Mom was jumping with joy, and the next day, I saw her going to the grocery store on a bicycle. What's that, Mom? Where's your car? Oh, honey, I wanted to, buy a new model. You sold it! Mom! Oh, honey, you are all that matters to me in the world. You know I always wanted to become a doctor, but you know how you were born so early, and I was always worried about raising you and keeping you well. I am so happy to see you fulfill your dream. I know you're gonna make me proud. I didn't think twice about selling the car to cover your studying expenses. I'll always do all I can to help you. Once I was in New York, I was living in a hostel with a crazy roommate who was also a student at the same university I was applying to. I'm Mia. Welcome to my crazy world. Oh gosh, she was really crazy. That girl was always busy talking, laughing aloud, and lazing around. But she was also sweet and kind, and we both totally hit it off. Come on, get dressed. You must come to this concert with me. We'll have a blast. What? I've never been to a concert before. I'm not sure I'm very comfortable going there, Mia. What do you mean you've never been to a concert? Have you been living under a rock? No, but my mom didn't really like the idea of me being in such a crowded, closed place. And? Is your mom here now? Let's go out, let's have some fun! This is an experience that you shouldn't miss. After going with Mia for that concert, something inside me just changed. I saw life, people, parties, and many more things. I felt like I'd been living in a prison during the years I lived with my mom. This was freedom. My mom didn't let me do any of these things. Hey Mia, let's go to this yacht party. It sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, most of my friends are going, so it's gonna be amazing. Mia, please, take me with you to the concert. But you don't even like this band. Still, I want to go out and have fun. But everything changed just a day before the test. I spent the day studying and at my wit's end. And that's when Mia suggested I take a break and go to a party with her. What? No, I have to finish up the physiology section and then get to botany and then… Girl, if you pass this entry exam, then you'll have to go to college for 4 years, and then you'll have to do your residency in your 30s, and the list of things you'll have to do will go on and on and on, and suddenly you'll find yourself in your 50s and haven't enjoyed yourself. Believe me when I say life is short. Let's go and have fun. Well, this sounds almost convincing. You know what? I'm coming. Mia sure knew how to have fun. And then we did the most amazing thing together. We crashed a party. I promise it'll be fun. Dr. Peyton throws the best parties. She's known for that around here. Dr. Peyton? That name sounds familiar. Wait a second. She's gonna be one of my professors when the academic year starts. Are you out of your mind? You want me to crash my future professor's party? Why not? Should I explain to you again that you only live once? What if we got caught? Come on, who would notice 2 girls in a crowded party? It's her daughter's birthday party, so a lot of her friends will be there. We'll go unnoticed, I promise. The place was amazing, but right when I was stuffing my face with food, a lady came and looked at me up and down.
May I know who you're with?
Yes, Dr. Peyton invited us.
Oh dear, I don't think I have invited any clumsy intruders to my party. I know all of my daughter's friends, and definitely you're not one of them.
Oh my God, my cheeks were burning red at that point. That was so embarrassing. Right then, Mia held my hand and whispered to me, "Run!" But Dr. Peyton started to follow us because she wanted to know who we were. When we got caught outside, I tripped on a rock and was about to fall, but a guy who was standing there caught me in his arms.
Hey, whoa, easy there. Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, there's this crazy lady chasing us, but yeah, I'm good. Come on, Max, we need to go, now! That witch was hot on our trail, so I ran off with Mia. Well, the night was crazy and we had so much fun, but when I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was scream. I slept in and missed my entry test. No, this can't be happening. No, stupid me. This is all you're doing. Me? Excuse me? You were the one who wanted to run around Times Square in the middle of the night. She had a point, but what was I gonna tell my mom? I couldn't break her heart. Plus, I was so sure she'd want me to return to the farm if I told her the truth. I couldn't go back. I didn't want to. So I did what I had to. I lied. Yes, Mom, it's so good. I am so excited. I love the city, I love the college, and the teachers here are so nice. Thanks for everything, Mom. I didn't like lying to Mom so much, so in the coming weeks, I stopped taking her calls. But that totally backfired when one day, Mom was at my door.
Oh no, you look so tired. I missed you a lot.
Oh wow, what's in this jar?
My baby works so hard, so these are protein bars to make her mind sharp.
Gosh, Mom, you never forget to bring these. Thank you so much. The next day, I took Mom out to a nearby mall, and just as she picked out a dress, someone else grabbed it too.
Hey, excuse me.
I grabbed it first.
Nope, Oh, if it isn't Brittany. Weren't you the girl who had a baby right after high school? It's definitely you. Are you still living at your dad's farm?
As my mom and the woman talked, I learned she was in my mom's school, and it seemed they weren't very fond of each other. My mom later told me that this woman used to bully her when they were in high school, but there was something much more problematic with the woman. She looked a bit too familiar, and then it hit me. It was the woman whose party I had crashed with Mia, Dr. Peyton, and the moment her eyes met mine, she smirked.
Oh, here she is. So Brittany, your daughter is going to a medical college? Yes, you heard me right. You're not the only one from Mississippi who could get into a college. My daughter here is making the family proud. Oh, I see. Dear, do you mind telling me your batch number? Oh, you might have forgotten. So, what's your anatomy professor's name?
He is Professor Derek.
Oh, Dr. Derek, you say? Well, the anatomy professor is a lady, and she happens to be me. Well, your daughter is nothing but a liar, and let's not forget an intruder. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I'd say.
Saying that, she turned and left, but Mom
Mom looked so disappointed in me. How could you? I had high hopes for you. I don't care about the test, but lying? I didn't raise you to be a liar, Max. I'm going back. How could you? What was I supposed to tell you? Mom, I partied all night and missed the test. You want to know why I lied? 'Cause I didn't want to return. Mom, you're basically a helicopter parent. New York was my path to freedom, and I took it. You didn't let me do anything fun for the past 17 years of my life. But now, I decided to start living. So please, let me. The moment the words came out of my mouth, I regretted saying them, but the damage was done. Mom packed her bags and returned to the farm. In a couple of days, I realized how I'd hurt her, and when I tried to contact her, she shut me out. For the first time in my life, I felt alone. Yeah, alone in a city of 5 million people. I was sad for weeks, and it was Mia who pulled me out from my slump. Can you just stop bothering me? I am not feeling all right. Feeling all right? You have been in those PJs for 2 weeks. Boo-hoo, you missed your test. What's your next step? Stay in those PJs till you die? Gosh, Max, your life can't get better by chance. It can only get better by change. That was some tough love from her side, but it worked. I picked myself up and even found a job. I have to admit, it was hard, very hard. I was working my butt off. I needed to get into that college and make Mom proud. The following year, the entry tests were back on, and this time, I got in. I was so happy and even visited Mom for Christmas and broke the news. But things had changed. While she was happy and even helped me out with the fees, it just wasn't the same. But I still hoped to win my mom back, and to make Dr. Peyton pay, of course. On my first day at medical college, it was like I was walking in mazes, and I felt more out of place than a mustache on a baby's face. But thank God, I spotted a guy in the corridors. Hello? Dr. Evan, right? Wait, you're the guy from that witch Peyton's house. What were you doing there?
Oh, I was invited to the birthday party, but what were you doing there?
Oh, it's a long story. I'll tell you later. Could you please tell me where I could find Class 07? Just as I got a seat, Miss Peyton entered the class and gave a very, very boring lecture. I was amazed at how the students didn't doze off. In the end, she asked if we had any questions, and I jumped to my feet. Yeah. I wanted to know about the hormone that causes hatred. Oxytocin. Oh, you! Just leave the class already. Why? I passed the entrance exam and I'm an official student here. I'm not going anywhere. Leave the class right now or I'll have you expelled for disorderly conduct. Ugh, I so hated her. After that day, I loved getting on her nerves every now and again. Hey, I wanted her to suffer even if it was for a little bit. But I also didn't want to get suspended. Besides her, all my professors were amazing, and I was actually loving college. Perhaps a little too much since I would run into Evan every now and then. Soon we started hanging out, and it turned out Evan was a pretty nice guy. Even Mia liked him when they both met. Oh my God, you totally look like McDreamy. Did anyone ever tell you this? No wonder Max is always talking about you when she gets home.
Really? Explains why I always have hiccups.
Mia? Can you please just get us some juice or tea or maybe coffee? Oh gosh, this was so embarrassing.
Nah, just so you know, I'm always telling my friends about you too. Guess we're pretty alike after all.
Well, time passed and I sort of got over my anger at Dr. Peyton. I was so focused on my goal that I didn't care about her anymore. I sailed through my semesters and was in my final year when one day I got a call from my neighbor back home. It turned out Mom had been sick for some time and was in the hospital. Even though I had an exam the next day, I took a flight to meet her. Seeing Mom so fragile, it broke my heart. I sat next to Mom the entire night. Mom, how are you feeling? Max, what are you doing here? You have an exam today. But how did you know? We don't talk that often. Your friend Mia is such a sweetheart. I call her every now and then to ask how you're doing because I want to give you your space. I know I worry a lot, but I can't help it. I am so sorry for breaking your trust, lying to you, and no, honey, it's not your fault. People need to make their own mistakes to learn from them. I was taking that from you, and I shouldn't have. Mom, I love you so much. Saying that, I hugged her. I stayed with Mom for a week until she was home. Meanwhile, I had informed the college about her health, and I knew I'd get things sorted once I was back. But when I returned, I got the shock of a lifetime. Dr. Peyton had recently been made head of the department, and she refused to let me retake the exam. But why? I have the right to take this exam. You can't do this to me.
Oh, I sure can. And I'm doing it. I don't know how you were able to enter this college, but make no mistake, you're not graduating on my watch. You were probably out somewhere, crashing someone's party, and then you had the audacity to pretend that your mom was sick so that we'd let you retake the exam whenever you felt like it. Irresponsible. Maybe it's time to go back to that farm of yours. Please, leave now and close the door on your way out.
That woman was a certified witch. I didn't know what to do, so I told Evan everything. Later that day, I decided to confront Miss Peyton one last time, but I stopped in my tracks when I heard Evan's voice coming from her office.
Mom, you need to cut that out. You can't just waste her hard work.
That lying piece of...
She doesn't even deserve to be a doctor. And why are you standing up for her? Don't tell me she trapped you, wrapped around a farm girl's finger. I expected better from you, Evan. Mom, Max is my friend. You have to stop this. Otherwise, I'll have to go against you.
You wouldn't dare. Just when Evan came out, he was stunned to find me there. You tricked me.
No, Max, please let me explain. Look, I wanted to tell you who I was, but seeing how much you hated my mom, I couldn't. I was afraid to lose you.
I don't care. A lie is a lie. I didn't want to see Evan again, but he never stopped trying. But in the following days, I realized how Mom must have felt when I lied to her and how I was being a hypocrite by not forgiving Evan. One day, as I was in my room, there was a knock on the door and it was Evan. Mia had let him in.
Wait, before you kick me out, just listen to me. I told the dean about your case, and you can still finish your degree.
You actually went against her? Why are you helping me?
Isn't it obvious? I like you.
Thanks to Evan, I was able to retake the exam and passed with flying colors. As for Dr. Peyton, I could tell the world what she wanted to do to me just because she and my mom were rivals in high school. But I decided to move forward because I didn't want to be a miserable person like her. On my graduation day, I invited Mom, and the moment I saw her, I ran to her. You came! I am so happy you're here. I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm so happy for you, honey. When Dr. Peyton handed me the degree, my smile was so wide, and I knew how much it annoyed her, but who cares? Well, after graduation, interning, and residency, I finally got a job at a hospital, and today is my first day. Wish me good luck. Hi, I'm Mindy from the United States. Before we begin my tale, please like and subscribe. I always liked history and the secrets of the past. Even when I was a child, the stories of the Roman Empire and dinosaurs fascinated me. Needless to say, history was my favorite subject. But there was one thing that made history class a chore. My rival and headache, Timmy. Don't let his name fool you. He was a nightmare. You see, like me, he was obsessed with history and the stories of the past. So what was the problem? He was a total jerk, that's what. He always scored higher than me in history class, and he always had the most smug grin about it. Considering our similar interests, it didn't take long for us to form a lasting rivalry. It even extended to our time in high school.
Oh, so close, man. Did that question about the French Revolution stump you?
I would have had time to think it over if you didn't make those stupid faces when the teacher wasn't looking.
Not my fault that it makes you giggle.
I did not giggle.
Sure. Not like you could have beaten my score anyway.
And there it is, a perfect score. How the...
Better luck next time, Mindy.
God, I hate that smug grin. One of these days, I'm gonna wipe it off his face. Yeah, getting 2 straight 100s would restore my honor. But that never happened. Due to some family emergency, Timmy had to move abroad. I decided not to say goodbye. I turned away and let him leave me behind. At first, I celebrated. No more teasing, no more childish competition, and no more of his smug grin. But as the school year passed by, I had to admit it. I missed him a bit. There was no real challenge anymore. Eventually, I did start getting back-to-back perfect scores, but it wasn't the same. My parents were so proud of me. I was happy, don't get me wrong, but it was just so easy. It didn't feel like an accomplishment anymore. So, the years went by like a blur. I went to university and worked to get my archaeology degree. All the while, I volunteered as a museum tour guide. It was fun getting to teach people about my favorite subject, but something was always missing. But all that changed when I met Antonio one day after work, a tall, dark, and handsome older student working on his business administration degree. At first,
first, I wasn't that interested, but he quickly impressed me with his knowledge of history. You also study archaeology?
No, but I do dabble. I'm more on the business side of archaeology. I like helping those more talented than me reach their full potential.
And you're saying I'm...
Yes, I'm saying you're talented and I want to work with you. What do you say? We can discuss details over coffee.
Well, all right. After my volunteering work, though.
Of course.
The day was set, and it was wonderful. After so many years, I finally found someone else who shares my passion for history. We spent hours talking, mostly about my job in the museum, something I was happy to talk about. For the next 2 months, my days were spent with Antonio. We studied, worked, and had fun together. We were a couple in all but name. For some reason, I was never able to take that step with him. But the next day, things would be different. I was going to ask him out. That plan, however, burned up while I was working at the museum and leading my current group. And here, we have what some would call the secret map to the Akashic records. Legend says, if you can crack the code, you can find the record buried in some desert. It's believed the record details the written language of actual angels. But that's just a myth and doesn't...
Actually, it's believed the record is the written account of all events throughout time. You're thinking of something else, Mindy. You never were one for the stranger side of history.
That voice, it can't be. Tim?
Oh, you must have missed me if you're using my nickname.
No, I didn't. Shut up. I tried to deny it, but I had missed him. Even his familiar smug grin didn't cause me to groan. Wow, he really grew up. He almost looked hot. No, think of Antonio. I'm supposed to ask him out on a real date today. But that's when I noticed something. Timmy just corrected me in front of my tour group. That's not what the Akashic records are about.
Really? Well, I'm sure it doesn't relate to the language of angels.
How would you know? Have you ever seen the records?
Have you? Admit it, Min. I got you beat once again, and I've only just come back.
Before we could get into one of our serious debates again, someone entered into the equation.
Are you okay, Mindy? Is this guy bothering you?
No, he...
Oh, you must be Antonio. Nice to meet you.
You know each other?
No, I don't think so. Do I know you?
Nah, but I know you. Upcoming businessman with a strong interest in history, archaeology, and people. Word gets around.
But I have never heard of you or your relation to Mindy.
I've been away for a long time.
Maybe you should have stayed away. Mindy clearly doesn't want you here.
Now wait a minute,
She should be the one to decide, don't you think?
I think she has. The question is if you will comply or will I have to call security?
Didn't know you owned the place, or are you getting to that?
Red lightning cracked between their gazes. My tour group was slowly backing away, and I was at a loss for words. What in the world was going on? My salvation came in the form of my boss, who quickly ended the tense confrontation. Timmy gave me a wink before leaving. Antonio stayed with me the rest of the day, which was sweet of him, but I couldn't get what happened out of my mind. I should be mad, but despite everything, a smile was slipping. Timmy was back, and it was like he never left. We easily picked up where we left off, bickering like an old married couple. Not that I want to marry him. He was still insufferable. So because of that, I completely forgot to ask Antonio out. Well, maybe next time. But the next time never came. Timmy showed up every day afterward. We would bicker and argue over historical facts. I actually remembered more facts correctly this time. It didn't wipe that grin off his face, but I couldn't bring myself to care that much. The fun ended every time Antonio came, and that's when the guilt crept in. I'd been putting off asking Antonio out, and I don't know why. I liked him, and I was quite sure he liked me too. Wasn't it wrong of me to be talking with Timmy so casually? For me to so easily fall back in step with another guy? It wasn't fair to Antonio, but it also wouldn't be fair to Timmy to ignore him. This cycle of guilt continued for almost a month until Antonio pulled me aside one day during work.
I think you should stay away from that Timmy guy. He might be looking to steal something from the museum.
What? This is Timmy we're talking about. He loves history. He would never...
Based on what you told me, he's obsessed. Worse still, you haven't seen him in years. He's not the same person you knew.
What Antonio didn't know was that Tim loved this stuff as much as me. If I wouldn't do it, then I'm sure he wouldn't. But the thought wouldn't leave my mind. It got worse when I started noticing things. I thought Timmy was here for me, but he did spend a lot of time just looking around. The problem was what he was looking at. Cameras, the guards, and especially the Akashic Records map? No, he wouldn't, right? He's not like that. But how well did I know Timmy? He'd been gone for years. Who knew what could have happened during that time? These thoughts haunted my nights, and they wouldn't go away. So I made a decision. If I couldn't sleep, I may as well stake out the place, like in the movies. If Timmy was innocent, I wouldn't see him there, and all I'd lose is sleep. But if I did find him, I had no idea what I'd do. So for the next few days, I kept watch of the museum at night, hoping and praying not to see Timmy. But my prayers weren't answered. A week in, I saw him, Timmy, picking the lock and entering the museum. My heart shattered. Timmy betrayed me? Me? Of all people, his rival? I couldn't let this stand. Thoughts of sleep faded away to thoughts of doing what I've always wanted to do, but never found a reason for. Punching Timmy in his stupid face. I carefully followed Timmy's trail through the dark museum. When the coast seemed to be clear, I picked up the pace and ran towards the room where the map was. And to my horror, it was gone. And standing not too far away was Timmy. I was too mad to think. I stormed over and punched him in the face, hard enough to knock him down.
Min?
Don't you ever call me that again! How could you? Stealing a historical artifact? Breaking and entering? Using me to get close to it?
I didn't steal it. Mindy, listen,
No, you listen! I was wrong to trust you. I don't know why I ever did. It's not like we were ever really friends. But I thought you at least understood me, that you loved history as much as me and would never do something like this. I couldn't stop my tears from falling from my face.
Mindy, I didn't steal it. Look at me. If I did, then where is it?
You must have hidden it when you heard my footsteps.
That big thing? Really, Min, you're smarter than that. Min, please trust me. You're the last person I would want to hurt. So believe me when I say I would never do something if it meant it would upset you.
For the first time, Timmy actually looked dead serious. For a second, I believed him, but if he didn't steal it, then...
I guess I have to deal with you both.
Timmy got in front of me to protect me from whoever spoke, but I instantly knew that voice. Antonio?
I'm sorry it had to come to this, Mindy. I really did enjoy your company.
I knew you were after the map. Didn't think you could bribe the guards to leave, though. I was surprised by how empty the place was.
Why, Antonio? All this time, it was Antonio who was using me. I was too focused on Timmy to realize.
Why? Because regardless of which one of you is right about the map, I'll be rich after I sell the records.
Money? Really? Typical.
That map and the record, if it exists, belong in a museum, not in the hands of some rich collector.
It's not up to you, I'm afraid.
Before he could reach into his pocket, Timmy tackled him with surprising speed. The two started to grapple, tear, and pummel one another as I stood frozen in my spot.
Run, Min! Call the police while I hold this guy off!
I listened, not because I wanted to, but because my instincts kicked in. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to be dragged into this big conspiracy. I just wanted to get my degree, find a job, find a husband, and live a normal life. Husband. My steps slowed to a crawl as I looked back at my time with Tim. Despite the frustrations, I also loved my time with him. And when he left, a hole was born. A hole I thought Antonio could fill. But instead, he was just an imposter. The person I wanted to ask out, the person who makes me smile, it's clear who it is. He's someone I couldn't bear to lose permanently. So I ran. This time, to find something to save him with. Quickly, I found the first thing that looked like it could hurt Antonio. A spear believed to have been used by our ancient ancestors. I ran back to the two men and found Antonio standing over Tim, ready to end him.
Your father would be so disappointed in you.
With all my strength, I swung the blunt end of the weapon across his head. Thankfully, it knocked him out, but it also broke the spear.
Whoa, did you, little Miss Historian, just break a historical artifact?
I'd do it again for you. I actually made Tim blush. I helped him up, but I didn't let go of his hand.
Min,
You don't have to say anything, okay? So what now?
We clean this place up, call the police, and find the map. I'm sure he didn't move away from the museum just yet.
So that's what we did. The map, thankfully, was recovered from a closet. Tim was right. Antonio didn't have time to properly move it. After that, we were congratulated by the city and the museum for our brave actions. We were even given $10,000 for our heroics. Antonio was sent to prison, and Tim joined me at the museum. But something tells me our adventures are far from done, if Tim's knowing smirk is anything to go by.
Hello, I'm Lily from Canada. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was a healthy and strong kid who wasn't afraid to jump from high walls or do anything extreme, but I could only imagine all that because my parents were so overprotective. Once when I was 4 and Mom took me to the park, I started doing handstands and cartwheels with another child, and all the moms were cheering us on. But my mom started to panic.
Lily, where did you learn to do those dangerous stunts?
From TV. There's this cool dance program and…
Enough. We need to go home.
From that day onwards, Mom and Dad stopped watching anything with dance, gymnastics, or any physical activities. When I was in 3rd grade and wanted to be part of an extracurricular dance for school, they never allowed me.
You guys are so unfair. You know how good I am with my feet. Why can't I just dance?
Because, hun, we live a very peaceful life right now. What if you become a famous dancer and then there are reporters and the next thing you know you're being published? Do you really want all that attention?
Yes? Who doesn't?
My parents still refused, and their excuse was ridiculous. And then when I went into high school, I started to rebel against them and become friends with the most rebellious girl in school, Zoe. Everyone in school was scared of her because she did the craziest things. Like this one time when we were in the 8th grade, she set the school's rose garden on fire.
Oh my gosh, Zoe, we're gonna get in so much trouble.
There's no cameras here, so no one will know. This is my payback to the principal for giving us detention for an entire month.
I know, that was so unfair.
We weren't the only ones who threw food around in the cafeteria. Even though Zoe was crazy wild, she was the most genuine person I'd ever met. And one day when we were in the 11th grade, she finally invited me over to her house for a sleepover. I can't believe this. This is the first time you invited me to your house. Well, you haven't really invited me to your house either. But anyway, my mom only recently got a decent job to take care of us. We struggled for a really long time after my dad left. Oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned us. I assumed that you were an only child. I wish I were an only child. I have a brother. And just because he goes to a special school, my parents give him all the attention. And just then when we entered her house, the most gorgeous-looking guy gazed at me from the living room. Lily, meet my goofball brother, Grant. Hi, Grant. As we walked past him, Grant winked at me and I blushed so red. I was definitely gonna enjoy my sleepover. Zoe's room was exactly what I expected it to be. Creepy and a little scary since she had bats hanging from every corner. And then her mom came into her room limping. I made you girls some cookies. So glad to finally meet you, Lily. Zoe's mom was so sweet, but Lily told me she was sad most of the time. And when I asked why, Lily said she didn't want to talk about it. I was really moved by the story. And then Zoe broke the ice by slamming my face with a pillow. Pillow fight! We had loads of fun pillow fighting, dancing, and just being free. Until my mom called. Honey, I think you need to come home. But Mom, we spoke about this. I'm sleeping at a friend's house because we're working on a school project. Your father and I are very worried. I'm hanging up now and I'm not coming home tonight. Zoe saw how frustrated I was and I ended up telling her all about my crazy parents. Maybe they're hiding something from you. Because why would any parent not want their kid to participate in any hobbies or activities? Yeah, they're definitely hiding something because my life is not normal. That night, I couldn't sleep, thinking about what secrets my parents had that made them so scared about everything I did. I checked if Zoe was asleep and she was snoring like a bear. I got up to go get some water and while I was at the kitchen sink, a hand suddenly touched my shoulder and I jumped feeling freaked out. And before I could scream, Grant held my mouth. Oh my gosh, you gave me such a fright. I'm sorry. I usually wake up to get a glass of milk around this time. I have night eating syndrome. I got it from my dad. You want to join me? Well, I'm struggling to sleep too, so why not? Grant and I sat outside on their swinging chairs on the porch. We spoke for hours and I couldn't believe we had so much in common. I sometimes teach Latin dance to some of the younger kids at the community hall after school. You should come by. Wow, that's so cool. I'll definitely stop by. We continued talking until we lost track of time and fell asleep on the chair. But I woke up to a camera flashing in my face and Zoe looking angrily at me. So, I guess having a sleepover with my brother was much more fun than with me. Zoe, it's not like that. Zoe didn't let me finish and rudely asked me to leave her house. But Grant stood up for me. Why are you being so difficult? I like Lily, and there's nothing you can do about it. Grant took my hand and walked me out. I just felt more and more sparks between us. Zoe started acting weird after that, but at least I had Grant. As time went by, I started going to the community hall after school to watch Grant teach. I was mesmerized by his moves, and one day after his class was over, he called me to dance with him. Grant, I don't know anything about dancing. I'll just watch. He took my hand and held me around my waist, and we almost kissed, until we were interrupted by Zoe. She had her music kit and danced in the hall glaring at me. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just here to practice for the up-and-coming competition. You need a dance partner for the competition. Don't worry about me, brother. You should be concerned with your dance partner, who has 2 left feet. I wasn't planning on taking part in any dance competition, but because of Zoe's new attitude towards me, I took her mockery as a challenge. What if we practice until we shine so bright that Zoe won't be able to open her big mouth anymore?
I think I like that plan.
After a while, I stood up to Zoe. She tried to make my life a nightmare at school. Once I was reading a book under the school tree during recess, and then suddenly I felt eggs cracking on my head one after the other. And when I looked up, I saw Zoe looking like a koala. Zoe, I'm gonna get you for this, you crazy witch! She definitely laughed like a crazy witch after that, and that wasn't all for the day. When I got back home after school, she was at my house, and thank goodness my parents weren't around. Have you completely lost your mind? I didn't come here to fight. I'm just here to warn you about my brother. He has a girlfriend, so let's just stop being enemies and let's go back to being pals. Your brother and I are not dating, and besides, he would have mentioned his girl. Before I could complete my sentence, my parents came back from shopping and Zoe's expression changed. You know what? I think we should just forget the friendship thing. I felt so confused with her, and my parents acted even more strange when they rushed me into the house and locked the door.
Who was that? And why was she at our house?
Relax, that's Zoe. I was at her house for a sleepover. And why are you two always on edge? Did y'all commit a crime or something?
Lily, we will not have you talk to us like that. To your room, now.
My parents frustrated me with whatever secret they were keeping. I was done listening to them and never told them about my dance lessons or the local competition. But I did invite them to the contest and told them it was a school function. I thought after they saw me dance, they would understand my passion. But I was wrong.
Lily, what did you do?
I just won a local competition. You should be proud of me. And then Mom suddenly took my hand in a panic.
Come on, we have to get out of here before anyone sees us.
But before I could walk out the door, Zoe called out to me. She was with her mom and Grant. Lily, wait. My mom wants to meet your parents. I pulled my hand away from Mom and ran to them. And when Zoe's mom saw my parents, she immediately stopped smiling, and my parents had this look of guilt in their eyes. Lily, are these your parents? Yeah? Why? Our parents used to be best friends and famous dancers. But one time, they were doing a competition. Your mom tripped my mom and broke her foot. Your mom ended up winning the competition, and my mom's foot was permanently injured. She was never able to dance again. I looked at my parents, and all of a sudden, Mom started crying, and I looked at her angrily. So all this time, when you were stopping me from doing what I loved, it was to avoid how you felt about your guilt?
We did everything for you. When I found out I was having a baby, it came as a shock, and your father and I didn't have any money for a baby.
So you cheated and left her to suffer?
We are so sorry, Lily. This has haunted us for so long, and we are still ridden with shame every day because of it. Somehow, we thought if we shielded you from pursuing any hobby you loved, we'd prevent you from ever making the kind of heartless mistake we made.
Zoe walked away with her mom, and Grant stood watching me with sad eyes.
I guess we'll meet in another life.
That was the last time I saw Grant, because when I went home, Mom and Dad quickly made plans to leave town. So, I guess you guys are just gonna run away from your problems again?
Honey, we have built a good reputation for ourselves, and we can't have anyone ruin it.
Yeah, whatever. I was so disappointed in my parents, and after we moved, I was homeschooled, which I hated, but stuck through it, and whenever I felt like dancing, I did it in my bedroom. And then one day, when I was in the 12th grade, I was tired of being indoors all the time, so while my parents were out, I decided to take the bus to visit Zoe and Grant. The bus rode for hours before we could reach the town, and when I finally got there, it was so dark. As I walked to Zoe's house, I could feel someone following me. And then suddenly, the person who was following touched my shoulder, and I screamed, "Ah!"
Calm down, it's me.
Grant! I immediately hugged him tightly, crying. I had all these emotions bottled up inside, and seeing him, I couldn't hold back anymore. I am so sorry about what my parents did to your mom. Please, don't hate me.
I don't hate you, Lily, but I don't think I can ever forgive your parents for what they did to my mom. But it's about to rain. Your parents are waiting at my house.
I was shocked that my parents would even show their faces in this town. And when I got there, Mom ran to me crying.
Oh, Lily, we were worried sick.
How are you guys here?
When we didn't find you home, we asked everyone we could in the complex. And then finally, a little girl said she saw you get on the Kibler bus. And that bus only goes to one town.
I was shocked that Zoe and her mom allowed them into her house. And then Zoe looked at me sternly. Why would you run away from your house to come here? Don't you get it? We don't like your family. Wow, I thought maybe over the years you would have grown a heart. Zoe and her family still couldn't find it in their heart to forgive my parents, and I had to accept that. My parents took me back home and I eventually moved on. And one day, Mom and Dad gave me an envelope. When I opened it, I was so surprised. They applied for me to study dance in one of the best universities abroad. Wow, Mom, Dad, are you sure you want this for me?
Dance is what you love, and we deprived you of it for too long. Yes, we will support you every step of the way.
My parents finally started being supportive, and I sent the university my audition clips, and I immediately got accepted. I lived in New York for 5 years training as a professional dancer, and one day I was chosen to perform in the biggest theater production called The Nutcracker. We traveled everywhere, and one day we were set to perform in my previous town. I went to my favorite cake shop and was shocked to find Zoe dressed up like a hobo. Zoe, is that you?
Lily, my friend, can you spare me $1? I'm starving.
She smelled awful, and instead of giving her $1, I bought her a meal, and after she ate the food, she changed towards me. Don't think this small gesture means I forgive you. You need help, Zoe. I was shocked and hurt that she still had so much bitterness inside her. From there, I decided to go to her house and find out more of what went wrong. And when I got there, I was surprised to find a new family staying at the house. It seemed as though Zoe was left abandoned. I went back to the streets where I found Zoe, took her back to my parents' house, and started her off with a bath. She moaned and grumbled the whole way through, but I wasn't gonna leave someone I knew on the streets. Why are you helping me? Is this because you feel guilty about your parents? No, and that happened a long time ago. I think it's about time you get over it. Now tell me, what's your story? Why are you out on the streets? I messed up. When I found out that you were gonna study dance, I wanted that too, but my mom couldn't afford it, so I gambled hard. So hard that we lost the house. I'll never forgive myself. Zoe started crying and I comforted her. I invited her to the Nutcracker production, and she loved it so much that I even put in a word for her with my manager to be an assistant props girl. And when we went back to my parents' house, Zoe and Grant were there with their mom. They looked so relieved to see her.
Zoe, what happened to you? We've been looking for you for nearly a year now.
I know. Every time I saw you, I hid away. I let you guys down, and I'm sorry. Zoe's mom thanked me and my parents for helping Zoe come to her senses.
I don't think you'll ever know how sorry I am. Do you think you can forgive me one day?
I don't know about that, but we can still make peace with each other. Just then, Grant and Zoe hugged each other and then walked over to me.
So, what about our friendship, Lily? Can we have a new start?
I would love that, you guys.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to the story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow, she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. "I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us." Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me, and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there, and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law, and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her, though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hey guys, Casey here again. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into my past and show you why my feelings toward my birth mom and stepmom are the way they are. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My parents got divorced when I was just 5, and I've always lived with my stepmom Polly and my dad in a huge mansion. Since Polly was a successful fashion designer, she had an elegant taste. And my mom, well, let's just say she has a flair for the dramatic. Once when I was 6, I was at the school talent show and Polly was putting some final touches onto my costume.
You look fantastic. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Oh, thanks. I hope so. I love our teamwork.
Just then, Mom burst in wearing a ridiculous peacock dress with a colorful tail that kept getting in her way and knocking over objects.
Oh, hi there. Your outfit is, noticeable. Oh, yes, I know. I'm going to sing opera, but I'm afraid people might faint because they might not be able to handle how amazing my voice is. The judges won't be able to resist my stunning outfit.
It's not a competition, Mom.
But Mom just walked off onto the stage and started singing. She was an opera singer before her marriage, and she did have an incredible voice, but 5 seconds into her performance, she did a ridiculous dance move, tripped over her costume, and ripped it apart, revealing her polka-dotted underwear. Polly rushed over to help Mom.
Oh dear, that's really unfortunate, but it could happen to anyone. Here, let me help you fix that. Oh, you think this can be fixed? If this happened to you, you'd be crying like a baby. Get your hands off me, you stupid woman.
Everyone in the crowd was laughing at Mom, and I felt humiliated, and the incident really affected me, because just 2 days later, I ended up picking a fight with some kids and landed in the principal's office.
Casey, I'm really disappointed about the fight today, which is why I've called your mom and stepmom to discuss this. That's it? So kids fight all the time. Why are we wasting our time here?
He's the principal. Let him talk.
We take any form of aggression very seriously in this school. Can you tell us what happened, Casey?
I got angry at a few kids for making fun of my mom, so I hid their lunches.
Atta girl. Serves them right for mocking me in my gorgeous outfit. In fact, let me teach them a lesson.
With that, Mom left the office and went running to the cafeteria and started screaming.
You think my costume is funny? Have you seen the way you guys dress up? I should be laughing at you, because your sense of fashion is a joke.
The kids stared in shock, and some of them even started crying.
You'd be so lucky if you got to wear outfits as magnificent as mine. If I hear you've mocked me again, I'll make sure you're only allowed to wear polka dot socks for the rest of the year. Well, that's one way to handle it.
The principal called security, who took Mom out while Polly apologized on her behalf. Honestly, I was getting tired of Mom's behavior. She was crazy and embarrassing. I even started making excuses to visit her less often. I loved hanging out with Polly because she was so much more intelligent and sophisticated. Once in 7th grade, I was supposed to visit Mom, but I lied that I was busy working on a school project. Polly and Dad had to go somewhere and they couldn't find a babysitter. I knew Polly would never invite Mom to stay with me, so I had the the place to myself, and I loved it. But an hour after they left, I got hungry and decided to cook something. I had no idea what I was doing and ended up spilling boiling water all over myself. I cried till I passed out.
What kind of circus are you running here? You were supposed to be watching her. Unbelievable.
We didn't know she'd be cooking while we were out. It was an accident. Let's focus on Casey's well-being now.
You two couldn't take care of a cactus, let alone a child. I'm going to tell everyone about this. Casey is doing fine. The burn is major, though. Her arms and legs are really hurt, and she'll need some weeks to recover.
Great. Can we see her now?
Of course. Not you.
You've done enough, you dumb witch. Mom burst into my room, threw herself on my bed, and started crying like a hyena. That entire week as I recovered, Mom constantly fought with Polly until Dad decided it was better for Polly not to visit me at all. But that wasn't half as scary as the day I found out that Mom had filed a custody case over the burning episode, and worse, she'd won it. Suddenly, I had to live with Mom instead of Dad and Polly, and it was really tough on all of us, especially me, because now I had to deal with her constant craziness. So when they invited me over to dinner one day, I was over the moon. It was their anniversary, and I wanted to look my best, but my scars were still fresh. So even though it was pretty hot, I chose a long-sleeved outfit. Just as I was ready to leave, Mom walked into my room.
You're wearing that in this heat? You must be boiling.
I feel fine in it, don't worry.
Fine, suit yourself. But don't blame me if you're uncomfortable all night.
Feeling fairly confident, I arrived at Dad's place and Polly immediately pulled me into a hug. And she didn't comment on my outfit even once. I won't lie, it was uncomfortable to wear full sleeves. And even kids at school gave me crazy looks for dressing up like that. But some of them were nice. I even made some new friends, but there was no one I was really close to. I think God heard me whining because one day after school, I walked into Mom's apartment to find a boy on the couch playing with some toys. Mom, who's this?
Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. This is your half-brother, Ethan. His dad had custody, but he's been really sick lately. He's asked me to take care of Ethan for a while.
My what? You're my sister? I'm so happy to see you. He hugged me, but I just stood there dumbfounded. I had a half-brother, and Mom kept it from me all this time? Mom, how could you not tell me about this before? Does Dad know? Mom, I'm talking to you. Get off your freaking phone.
Oh my God, do I have to tell you everything? You know now. Anyway, I'm tired. You two get to know each other.
After the initial shock subsided, I realized it wasn't Ethan's fault that Mom had kept him a secret from me. Having him around actually brought some unexpected joy into our home. One day, Ethan and I were in the living room playing a game where we had to act out random scenarios. All right, let's see your best chicken moves. He got up and started doing the most awkward, hilarious chicken dance I had ever seen. I couldn't stop laughing. We were having a great time, and then Mom walked in.
What is all that noise?
Just a little chicken action, Mom. Wanna join? Mom was hesitant for a moment, then decided to give it a try. She started flapping her arms and attempted a few clumsy dance moves, but suddenly she lost her balance and fell, hitting her head on the coffee table. Mom, are you okay? We rushed to help her up, and after a visit to the doctor, it turned out she had a mild concussion and needed to rest for a week. Ethan and I spent the week bonding over board games, movies, and even more silly dance sessions. Living with Dad was kinda tough. He's always busy, and I've had to move schools a lot. That sounds hard, Ethan. Yeah, but I've always admired you. I wished I could be part of your life. Dad once told me about you, actually, and I made a secret account on Instagram and started following you. Aw, I wish I'd known about you earlier, but I'm so glad you're here now. From then, our bond grew stronger, and it really felt like we were becoming a family. That is, till one day, Mom decided we needed family bonding time, so she planned a trip to the beach. Despite the heat, I was wearing long pants and a light jacket. I could feel stares from other people at the beach, but I didn't care. My scars were my business and no one else's. But when Dad and Polly showed up, Mom lost it.
Who invited you? What are you doing here?
I did. They're part of my life too, and I want them here.
This is unbelievable. You always find a way to ruin everything.
No, Mom. You're the one who's always causing drama. For once, can't we all just enjoy a day at the beach? Despite my best efforts, Mom refused and continued to throw a tantrum. Eventually, Dad, Polly, and Ethan and I decided to leave her on the beach and enjoy the day on our own. A few hours later, when Ethan and I got home, we found the apartment turned into a weird tribute to Mom's opera career. Everything was covered with her performance posters, reviews, costumes, and props, and Mom was sitting there in another ridiculous outfit. Why was she always so attention-seeking?
you're back. I hope you had a great day at the beach with your little family.
What's all this, Mom?
It's a reminder of who I am, who the real star of this family is. You think you can just live your life without recognizing my greatness? Think again.
Just then, I caught Ethan's eye, and we both burst out laughing at the absurdity at the scene. But Mom wasn't the least bit amused. She started singing and wouldn't stop for hours. And finally, Ethan called Dad to come and take us, and we both left with him. We stayed at Dad's for a few weeks, and Mom tried contacting me several times, but I never responded. I was done with her craziness. As months went by, life seemed to get back to normal with Polly and Dad, and I was happy. Then one day, I received a mysterious Instagram message from an account with no profile picture asking me to meet them. The person was claiming to be some long-lost sibling of mine. I thought it was a prank, but the person kept sending messages and begging for a chance to talk. So, after talking it over with Polly and Dad, I decided to give it a shot. What did I have to lose, right? I arranged to meet the anonymous person at the cafe, and even Polly and Ethan came along. We were nervous, but curious. When I finally saw who it was, my mind went blank. It was a girl, and she looked so much like me and Ethan.
Hi, I'm Alex. I know this sounds crazy, but I think we're siblings.
You too? How are we just hearing about you?
Our mom didn't want me to have any contact with you. I've been living with my dad and stepmom, and I only recently did some digging and found out about you guys. I've been looking for you two for a while now. My dad told me too that it's Mom who didn't want me to know about you, Casey. You know what, guys? We're gonna talk to her right now. Come with me.
With that, we took off for Mom's place to confront her. When we got there, she was shocked to see all her kids in one place, and then she started crying like a banshee. I tried to make her calm and sat her down. Mom, just tell us why.
You already know why, Casey. I clearly have some issues and can't take care of 3 children. I'm getting therapy, I swear, and it's not even the first time. I just didn't want my kids growing up with some weird, embarrassing psycho mom, and I knew they had nice families. Ethan lived with his dad, and Alex too. I wasn't around, but I always knew how my kids were doing.
But you clearly chose to raise Casey and be a part of her life. She had a better life knowing who her real mom is.
Oh, honey, what better life? She's the miserable one dealing with a crazy mom like me. She's my oldest, and it was hard to be away from her. But with you two, I had more courage and more people to support my decision. What I did is unforgivable, and I hope you understand me.
We were all speechless, and Ethan was crying. Alex looked like she would burst into tears any moment too, but Mom looked worse. You should have just told us, Mom. It would have been nice to know my siblings.
I'm so sorry, but I'll try to make it up to you all. Speaking of which, I found a really good skin doctor, Casey, and he said he can fix your arms and legs so you can finally wear some decent clothes. Polly can help you. We all burst into laughter while still in tears.
That was Mom for us. We decided to put everything behind us and give Mom a chance. It was a hard decision, but with our parents' love and support, we had hope for a better future. I was only 10 when my next-door neighbor asked me out. I want you to be my girlfriend, Dylan.
Ew, gross. Jack.
Ow! Hi guys, I'm Dylan from Portland. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I rushed back and told my mom, and she just laughed. You're a smart cookie, Dylan. There's no hurry to date boys. He apologized and we made up because I didn't want to lose my only best friend over some silly thing. My life was amazing. I had my mom and Jack, but everything changed after that summer. Mom surprised me with a packed suitcase and a brochure. What's this? I thought it would be good for you to get away and meet new people, since we can't afford a vacation this summer.
No, I don't want to go. Jack and I already have plans, Mom. If you send me there, I'll just call you every day, every hour, or every second until you come and pick me up.
Mom had made up her mind, and she wasn't changing it, no matter how hard I begged. The day had arrived, and I wasn't ready to leave Jack. He pulled something out of his pocket. It's a leather friendship bracelet. Mom let me buy it at the mall. I thought maybe you'd think of me while you had it on. Yeah, it's a bit flimsy, but we girls love it, right? He tied it on my wrist, and I was just adjusting it when, snap, it broke. Whoops. Good thing you didn't buy the pearl one. I'll fix it, and I won't ever take it off. I was crushed. I'd have to leave my best friend for an entire summer. As if that wasn't enough, when I arrived at camp, all the kids seemed to know everyone there already, and I felt like an outcast. So I was tossing rocks into the lake, lost in thought, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Let's see who can skip rocks the farthest. no thanks. I guess I thought she was there to pick on me too, but she plopped down next to me and smiled. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. I'm Molly, by the way. Hey, Dylan, we go to school together, right? Yep, and you look like you could use a friend. So what do you say? Ready for a little friendly competition? Are you ready for me to kick your butt? I'm the best rock skipper known to man. Ha, we'll see about that. We had a blast, and I laughed my lungs out. From that day on, Molly and I became joined at the hip. Molly was more social than me, which helped me break out of my shell. I got to know other kids, and I felt like I fit in. I no longer called my mom to pick me up, and I felt myself changing. Until swimming day. No one had a clue that I couldn't swim, and I was too embarrassed to admit it. I tried, but it was like I was Titanicking without a lifeboat. Of course, a few jerk boys figured it out and started to poke fun at me. Imagine being 10 years old and having a bunch of kids laugh at you because you can't swim. I wanted to run off, but then Molly spoke up. Whoopsie daisy. It looks like I just peed in the pool a little. Of course, she didn't, but the way those guys scrambled away was enough to give me a good laugh, and I felt my confidence creep back in, thanks to her. The rest of camp wasn't so bad after we put those boys in their place. Camp ended, and I got Molly's number to stay in touch. The first thing I did was go to Jack's. I was excited to give him a bracelet. I had made it in camp, but no one was home. Even his porch swing was gone. Mom, where's Jack? I'm sorry, Dylan, but Jack and his family moved away to California. He left you this. I was feeling devastated, but at least I could keep in touch with him, even though he was miles away. We started chatting and calling, and over the years, I started to like him more and more. As we got older, things changed, and he talked less and less until one day his calls just stopped. He even blocked his Instagram account. He totally ghosted me. I guess he found himself a girlfriend. Talk about a broken heart, but I still had Molly. At 16, we vowed to make our junior year the best ever and maybe find ourselves some boyfriends. Did you talk to the new guy, Kyle? No, why would I? He keeps to himself. He's really cute. You're right, he's quiet, but I think I can get him to open up. You do have a knack for that. The final bell rang, but Molly continued gushing about Kyle. She always made me late, so we split and I ran to class and I was about to sit, but I missed my seat. And butt planted on the floor in front of Towns Miller, the most popular guy in school, and my dream crush. My hopes and dreams of impressing him were ruined. I looked over, unaware that Kyle had been staring at me. Hey, Kyle. My face was beet red, but he ignored me anyway and turned his attention to his phone. Such a rude dude. I didn't tell Molly this, but she wasn't lying. Kyle was hot. After school, I went to the mall with Molly to look for dresses for our upcoming formal. Neither of us had a date, so we decided to go with each other. We both slipped the glamorous dresses on. I felt so pretty in mine, and despite the price tag, I was convinced I'd wear this gown to the formal. When I came out, Molly was already waiting for me and twirling in front of the mirror. Dylan, look at us. We look like the popular girls. Screw the popular girls. I feel like a princess. It felt magical. But as I looked in the mirror, I spotted Kyle standing outside the store, staring at us. OMG, Molly, look! And just as we both turned to look, my foot snagged my dress and ripped it right off my body. We need to make a run for it, or else you're gonna be paying for a $3,000 pile of rags. No, wait. OMG, what is this? This big shop filled with pitiful things? I could even sue you for this. We are very sorry. It's our fault. It was from a defective batch. I'll give you both a 50% discount on any dress you choose from the store. This day couldn't get any better. Despite flashing Kyle and the entire dress shop, we were still laughing at my mortifying moment right before we ran into Kyle. Kyle, hey, what are you doing here? I waved, trying to play it cool, but knowing Kyle had seen me embarrass myself a few times now, I felt like sinking through the floor into the pits of hell. But why did I care anyway? Molly was so into Kyle that it was nauseating. It's a mall, so I'm shopping. Kyle blushed when he looked at me. I hoped Molly didn't notice, but when I looked over at her, she was practically drooling over him. Get a grip, girl! Molly looked like a psycho Cheshire cat. I'm having a party this weekend. Wanna come over? Yeah, sure, I guess. Molly gave Kyle her number, and that's all she talked about on the ride home. And the next day at school wasn't any better. I was walking down the hall when Towns yelled, "Looks like Aunt Flo came for a visit." I spun around, totally puzzled, as everyone was laughing. Out of nowhere, Kyle came running over and wrapped his flannel shirt around my waist. "You can borrow this." I stood there and gawked at him, but then I realized I must have gotten my period. Of course, that would have happened in front of Towns of all people. Thanks, Kyle. He was so sweet, but I was bummed that Towns made fun of me. I talked to Molly, and of course, she made everything better. But before we left, she pointed to my waist. This is Kyle's. I'm so jealous. I wish I had my period instead of you. She was like a lovesick puppy. Later that day, I found Kyle looking inside his locker. Why didn't he notice? Try again, Dylan. He peeked out, but I felt myself sweating when he turned his familiar gaze toward me. Thanks for this. It's okay. Then he left, and I slammed my locker shut without realizing my hand was inside. Like always. Ouch! That weekend, Molly had her party, and Kyle was there. I gotta give the girl credit. She always went after what she wanted. The only problem was, I liked Kyle too. Ugh, why do I have to like the same guy my friend does? I stepped inside, and surprisingly, Towns walked right up to me. It turns out she also invited him. I know he made fun of me, but he was too handsome, so he deserved a chance.
You have a date for the formal, Dylan?
I'm going with Molly.
No, you're not. You're going with me.
I am? Towns moved his head close to mine, and I prayed I didn't have bad breath.
Yes, you. Molly's going with Kyle, so you're going as my date.
Wait, what? Hearing Towns admit that he wanted me to go to the formal with him was amazing, but I was hurt that Molly made plans without telling me. Should I be mad? But why should I when we're both going with our crushes now? Molly was busy, so I walked over to Kyle since he was the only other person I knew there, and Towns was busy talking to his friends.
So, you and Towns, huh?
I nervously tugged at my old bracelet, something I've always found comforting since I was a kid. It's nothing official. We're just going to the formal together. Molly probably had to bribe him to go with me.
What makes you say that?
I'm not exactly Miss Popular, and Towns is like the school heartthrob, in case you haven't noticed.
Maybe he sees more in you than those popular girls. You're funny, kinda clumsy in a cute way, and a really good friend to Molly. You've got great qualities, Dylan.
Excuse me? What? Is he flirting? The rest of the party went well. Molly and Kyle spent a lot of time together, and I got to know Towns a little better. Now, let's jump to the night of homecoming. I went arm in arm with Towns. He looked amazing, and I felt like I was on cloud 9, standing next to him when everyone had their eyes on me and looking like royalty in my gown. I immediately spotted Kyle, but to my surprise, Molly wasn't with him. Towns immediately found his friends and left. I was kind of pissed, but I wouldn't let him get me down. This was my night to have fun.
Hey, you made it. You look beautiful tonight, Dylan.
My heart skipped a beat when Kyle said those words, especially since Towns didn't even compliment me. My face got hot when he gave me a once-over. Everything about him that night screamed flirting. He couldn't possibly be into me, right? That would be bad.
You're wearing that bracelet again.
His fingers brushed my wrist. Kyle, if this is you flirting with me, don't bother. Just then, Towns swooped in and dragged me to the dance floor, and unfortunately, I smashed his toes as I tried to keep up with him.
You're brutal, Dylan. You need dance lessons.
You don't have to be such a jerk about it. I was leaving when he spun me around, lifted my chin, and moved his face close to mine. He was gonna kiss me, and I didn't feel ready at all. I panicked and ended up bumping my head on his chin. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Ouch, my lips. I brought you here as my date, and now I'm gonna go home with broken feet because of you. The least you could do is kiss me.
Just then, Kyle stepped up to us. They both glared at each other, and Kyle looked so territorial. I have to admit, it was kind of hot the way Kyle looked like he wanted to strangle Towns. And I just realized that Towns had been the biggest blunder of my life. Whoa, calm down, guys. You better stay away, Towns. Just then, Molly walked up and pulled me away. Talk to her, Kyle. You promised, or should I say,
Molly, that's enough.
Hey guys, are you guessing the same? Is it like Molly left Kyle for me? Talk to me about what?
Dylan, I'm not who you think I am, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. It's Jackie Kyle, or you know me as Jack.
No, you must be kidding. He held my wrist, probably afraid I'd run away, and now I knew why his eyes felt so comforting all this time.
It's me, Dylan. I moved back here with my mom so she could be closer to my aunt.
You're Jack? All this time? Why would you lie to me, Kyle? Or should I call you Jack?
I can explain, please. After we moved, things fell apart. My dad got mixed up in bad business, and my mom had to find another job when the police finally arrested my father. We moved to New York to be closer to family, and that's around the time you and I lost touch. I was embarrassed about my father and kinda shut everyone out. My mom even let me change my name so people wouldn't connect me to my con artist father.
You didn't have to shut me out, Jack. You used to tell me everything.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to explain that my father was in jail. I figured no one would recognize me after all these years. I just wanted a fresh start, but hiding who I was from you was too hard.
But who cares what people think? I don't care that your dad is in jail. You're still Jack, the boy who stole my heart all those years ago. Will you forgive me? I suppose I could consider forgiving you, but what about Molly? Molly knows my feelings for you and urged me to talk to you. What can I do to make you not hate me? I suppose if you kiss me, I could forgive you. You won't slap me and run away this time? Try it and find out. He kissed me softly, and it felt perfect, just as I thought it would. I felt like I was floating in the clouds. So, Jack and I reconnected, and we've been dating ever since. Molly eventually started seeing a super nice guy too, and I ended up having the best junior year ever. Hi, my name is Meryl, and I'm from Germany. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to parents who were rich. So rich that we had several maids, chefs, butlers, and drivers who worked around the clock for me and my crazy family. Dad was a genius on the stock trading platform, and Mom was Miss World in 1998. I loved my family, but they were so used to being spoiled that our entire lives revolved around money. Once when I was 7, I wanted to go camping. So Dad hired a set designer to create a camp set in our massive backyard. He also hired a weird mountain man to entertain us with stories and how to make a campfire.
Who wants to hear a bear story?
I do! But my sister Cassidy, who was 2 years older than me, had her head stuck in her phone, so our camping experience eventually got boring. And soon after, as I grew up, our family hardly spoke to each other. When I was at school, I was crowned the computer genius. Cassidy was popular on social media, and we were both the hottest girls in school. Once when I was in 8th grade, 10 boys asked me and my sister out all at once. These boys were so lame and too desperate for our liking. Cassidy and I had a checklist. The guys that we dated needed to be smart, rich, and hot. I wasn't worried so much about the rich part. I preferred intelligent guys, and in my school, all of them were rich, but also total Smurf brains. And then one day when I was in the 11th grade, a new boy joined our school and took my title of computer genius. I was kinda jealous at first, but when he smiled at me, I melted, having a huge crush on him. Would you like to go out for ice cream sometime? Will we be celebrating my new title in the school? Don't rub it in. After that, Gregory and I became an item. He drove a Ferrari and seemed much richer than my family because he lived in a mansion much bigger than mine. Once when I was in the 12th grade, I decided to visit him at his house unannounced, and when I got to his house, his parents acted very weirdly. I'm here for Greg. Oh, he's upstairs. Okay, can I see him? When they finally let me in, I went to Gregory's room and found him busy with something on his computer. Greg? What? Who let you in? I'm sorry, I thought I would surprise you. He looked really angry. I hate surprises. Don't ever come here without calling first. I was so mad at him when I left, I felt like just breaking up with him. But then he came over to my house with flowers. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Please forgive me. I don't know. You acted so strange. What was more important than me? I was actually planning a surprise trip for the both of us, to Thailand. I immediately forgave him. He was so romantic, and he obviously loved me since he was spending so much on me. We went to Thailand just for the weekend, and my parents liked Gregory, so they also trusted him. While we were there, Gregory was all romantic at first, but then he changed when I wanted to go shopping for clothes. Did you bring your credit card to pay for all those clothes? What? But you said to take whatever you want and you'll pay. Yeah, but I didn't expect you to buy the entire store. Lucky for me, I did have my dad's credit card and managed to pay for my stuff. But the next day, I woke up to a shock. Gregory was gone. He left a note along with my plane ticket back home. He broke up with me on a note, saying, "Nice knowing you, goodbye." What a jerk! I felt like my world was falling apart. Why would he break up with me this way? When I tried to call his number, it went to voicemail. I had to gather my strength and head back home, and maybe then find out why he suddenly just left. Could it be because of all the clothes I bought? But when I got back home, my family was on edge. Everyone was pacing up and down, and as soon as I entered, Dad rushed up to me. Meryl, where's my credit card? Someone hacked all my trading accounts using my credit card, which is linked to every other account. So Meryl, you have to tell me where that credit card is. I was totally freaking out and tore my whole back apart looking for that card. And then I asked Dad to take me to Gregory's house. And when we got there, his mansion was empty. Oh my God, Dad, I think Gregory took all our money. Dad looked at me silently. At first, I thought he was gonna blame me since Gregory was my boyfriend, but all he did was remain quiet. But Mom and Cassidy went berserk. We are broke because of your scheming, scamming boyfriend? How was I supposed to know he was a fraudster? He drove a Ferrari and you liked him, Mom. Yeah, I did, but he was still your boyfriend. You should have analyzed his intentions. And then Cassidy looked at her phone and screamed like someone died. Ah! What happened? The Wi-Fi isn't working. How am I supposed to post my selfies from this morning?
Oh, I was supposed to pay for that today, but not anymore. Girls, I'll be in my office. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix this.
I felt like everyone blamed me for this, and after 2 weeks, all our maids, chefs, butlers, drivers, gardeners, and pool cleaners quit because we couldn't pay them. Dad soon started investigating the matter, which was going to take some time. So we all had to adapt to some changes in our overly expensive lifestyle. We managed to keep the house, and since Dad paid our school fees for the entire year, Cassidy and I didn't have to change schools, which was a relief. Okay, so at school, nobody knows we're poor, so let's just try and keep it that way. Of course, why would I want anyone to know that we're poor? Maybe because it's all your fault? I am sick and tired of everyone in this family blaming me for everything. That's just so much pressure. I started crying and Cassidy felt bad and apologized. Okay, I'm sorry, but our life just sucks so much right now. While we sat sulking about our poverty-stricken life, we heard Mom scream from the kitchen. Somebody help! Cassidy and I ran down to the kitchen and found the stove on fire and Mom trying to put it out with a tablecloth, and it was reaching for the ceiling. Ah! It won't stop! Quickly, get some water! While Cassidy thought a glass of water would help, I brought the fire extinguisher and thank God was able to put out the fire. But now our entire kitchen was ruined and there was smoke all over the place. We gotta sit outside until the smoke is gone. Come on. We all sat outside on the stairs and Mom was in tears, telling me how she was trying to cook but ended up ruining the kitchen. I guess we'll have to order food. I hope they give us some discount. Right then, Dad came in, all smiles.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, did you get our money back? Mom ran to Dad, smiling like a clown.
Nope, I found a job. I'm going back to selling insurance, and once I make some good commission, I'll start trading again and get all the money that we lost.
Well, Dad's plan didn't follow through the way he saw it. 3 months went by and we were still struggling, and the only thing Dad could afford was food, so I decided it was time to get a part-time job as a waitress. But Meryl, if you work as a waitress, everyone in school will know. Yes, I know. But maybe if I work, I can help Dad pay for the Wi-Fi. Cassidy immediately smiled, but she wouldn't dare try to get a job since she cared so much about what people would think. The restaurant I worked at was a classy place where all the rich and mighty dined. And one day, while I served a bunch of top-class businessmen, I overheard their discussion about new digital devices. I got excited and couldn't contain myself. I have plenty of ideas for new devices. Imagine having a portable hard drive, something almost like an iPod but with more space. That way, users will be able to carry all of their important information on one small iPod. We could even make it have a video presentation for business meetings. After I was done babbling, they looked at me stunned. Then the tall man with the big forehead was so rude.
You can just get our order, please.
I walked away feeling embarrassed. And then the next worst thing happened. When I waited at my next table, they were girls from my school who envied my sister and me all the time. And the worst of them all was Charlotte. Wow, you work as a waiter? This must be my lucky day. Wait, I have to take a picture of this. Oh, Charlotte, get over yourself. I work here and earn my own money, unlike you, a spoiled brat forever. That's no way to talk to your customers. Where's the manager? I want to file a complaint. He's out to lunch. So, can I take your order? It was the most dreadful day of my life. But the next day when I went to school, everyone called me Waiter Girl, since Charlotte posted my picture on Instagram. And during recess, while Cassidy and I were minding our own business, Charlotte started being so annoying with her stupid minions. We've noticed that you two bring lunches to school these days. Should we open up a charity fund dedicated to the richest in the school? Oh, let me rephrase. The poor, smelly girls of the school. Shut up, chat roulette. Cassidy got up angrily clenching her fists, and I calmed her down. Don't worry about her, Cassidy. She's just a jealous girl who has no goals. At least my goal is not to be a waiter. Yeah, your goal is probably to be a brainless peanut all your life since you get big fat zeros on all your tests. Charlotte eventually left us alone, but then after school, Dad picked us up in a run-down car, and Charlotte got the entire school to come and watch us get in it. Oh my gosh, where did your dad buy this junk from? At that point, I had had enough of Charlotte's farty face. So I pounced on her and she couldn't even fight back, so I let her go. Just leave me and my family alone. Our financial life is none of your business. Dad was shocked when we got home, and he told us that his contract at work was about to end. So he sold his Land Rover and got us a scrappy car. Life was getting even worse for us. I put on my waiter clothes and got out of the house to work an extra shift. While I was at the restaurant, I found my manager watching MSA. Wow, you like MSA? Yeah, is that a problem? No problem. I was just surprised. There was a guy who came looking for you. He left his number. When I called the number, a part of me was hoping it was Gregory calling to say he was sorry and he wanted to give us all our money back, but it wasn't. Hello? You were looking for me at the restaurant? Yes, our investors liked your pitch that you suddenly decided to blurt out while you were serving our table. We have an offer for you if you could put all those ideas on paper. Yes, I can. I left my extra shift, went home, and started putting ideas together for new devices. I didn't want to say anything to my family yet. I just wanted to get the offer first. The next day, I met with those business people again, and I was blown out of my mind when they told me I was going to get $100,000. I was on cloud 9. I immediately signed the contract, and they even asked me to stay in contact if I had any other ideas. I couldn't believe this was actually happening, and when I showed my family the check, we celebrated all night. Meryl, you just saved our lives. Does this mean we can get our chef back? Because I'm getting really tired of eating baked beans every day. Not just yet. Dad needs to first work his magic on the trading platform, and then maybe. I was so happy to see my family relaxed again. Cassidy wanted us to go shopping the next day since all of our heels were starting to lose their texture. 2 pairs and that's it, right? We need to use all this money wisely. Yes, I know. But what if I see a 3rd pair that I like? Cassidy, just before we could head off to the mall, Dad screamed from the living room.
Meryl, you have to see this.
When I went to check what he was talking about, the news was on and Gregory was handcuffed and sentenced to prison for the next 20 years for being one of the biggest fraudsters in the city. And the parents that he said were his parents were just actors. I felt so relieved, and Dad eventually got a call from the credit card company with good news. All his money would be returned. Soon after that, I completed school, got my degree in computer science, and became the next richest person in our city. And then one day, I even had my own business meeting at that classy restaurant. Can I take your order? Charlotte, you work here now? Yes, so can I take your order? I didn't laugh or insult her because there's really nothing wrong with being a waitress. We all have to start somewhere if we want to make it. Hello everyone, my name is Tony and this is my crazy story. I was just a baby when my parents moved from China to America. Growing up, Mom was always busy since she worked as a nurse, but Dad worked from home and I loved spending time with him. Mom was the exact opposite. All she cared about was work. Sometimes I tried to get her interested in my life, but it never worked. Mom, I have a huge science test tomorrow. Can you help me?
Honey, my back hurts. I just finished a 48-hour shift. Can you ask your dad, please?
It was always the same. As I got older, I stopped trying and Dad became my everything. My parents have always been super proud of their Chinese culture, but I didn't care so much for it. For me, America was the only home I ever knew. Still, I was known as the nerdy girl of the school. Teachers adored me because I was a smart kid, but the kids, well, they disliked me because I loved tests and quizzes and would always remind my teachers in case they forgot. Other than academics, I was practically invisible in school. I never had a boyfriend, and the only person that thought I was cool was my best friend Ashley. We had been friends since our first day at school. Our sheer love of mathematics connected us like 2 pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. One time when I was in 6th grade, Dad gave me a traditional Chinese hairpin, and Ashley loved it. Whoa, such a big hairpin. It looks so awesome, so Chinese. Dad made me wear it as a symbol of good luck. Here, you try it on. Just as Ashley was checking out the pin, someone snatched it from her. It was Mason. He was the absolute worst. His mission on Earth was to annoy me every day. He was the school jock and the head of the cool squad. The guy had started school with Ashley and I, but he was our junior now because he flunked grade 3 twice.
Wow, good for you for bringing China to school today. Ooh, this looks cool. How much would it make at a pawn shop? Couple of cents?
Give it back, Mason.
Hey, come on, Tony. I was just goofing. Here, it looks good on you. Don't give it to this wacko.
What did you call me? How dare you? It was always the same. Mason just loved messing with me and Ashley, and every time it turned into some argument. That was my life. I know, not quite happening. But things flipped when I turned 15, and one day, Dad announced that he was leaving Mom and going back to China. He wanted me to come with him, but the court didn't agree with Dad. After the divorce, Mom got custody of me, and I was devastated. I tried to get Mom to send me away by being naughty, but she wouldn't budge. One day, Mom was stuck at work and she asked me to order dinner. Instead, I invited Ashley and the entire math club for a pizza party. Are you sure your mom would be fine with this? Cut her some slack, Tony. No way. Come on, let's party. Just then, I heard a loud crash in the kitchen. Someone had broken my mother's favorite china set. Ooh, if that doesn't get her to send me to Dad, nothing else will. When Mom got back, she was pretty upset. What is the meaning of this? Tony, how could you throw a party without asking me? I wanted to, but you know, you're always busy. I didn't think you'd care. Don't say that. I care about you. Everything I do is for you to have a good life. Your dad, he left us. You, for someone else. What? You're lying. He'd never do that. Just then, Ashley interrupted and showed me her phone. It was some woman's Insta ID, and she had wedding pictures with my dad. Even Ashley knew? No. This all happened because of you. I hate you. I was so angry that I ran out of the house without even thinking. And right at that moment, something hit me and knocked the wind out of my lungs. Then, everything went black. When I woke up, I tried to open my eyes, but everything was pitch black. Who turned off the lights? Put it back on. I can't see anything.
Honey, the lights are on.
It turned out that the impact of the accident made me lose my eyesight. I was blind. Mom informed Dad, and he wanted to talk to me on the phone, but I refused. He could have visited me from China, but he didn't. After I was discharged from the hospital, Mom had a hard time taking care of me, so Ashley was practically living with us. I wanted to be angry at her for not telling me about Dad, but I couldn't. My family drama shouldn't affect our relationship. The craziest thing happened at school today. Mr. S was teaching a class, and boom, his wig fell off. OMG, that must have been epic. I was way happier to spend time with Ashley rather than with Mom. It was her fault that Dad left in the first place, I suppose. I mean, it must have been, because she was always so busy. I can get up by myself. I'm blind, not handicapped. And you must have work. You can go. I can handle it. But over time, I noticed how Mom was home more. It was like she was changing. She wanted to be constantly by my side. And even though I was always so snappy with her, she was patient. One time, I was listening to an old birthday video recording, and hearing Dad's voice made me cry. Right then, Mom came and hugged me. Oh, Mom, how could Dad forget me so soon?
It's his loss, honey. You have me. You'll always have me. I promise.
6 months passed by, and the doctor suggested surgery for my eyesight, which was not only risky, but also very expensive. Mom needed time to think, and that's when the doctor suggested it would be good if I started school again. I needed to get back out into the world, but I was so terrified. As I walked into school with my cane and Ashley by my side, I could feel my heart in my mouth. I was expecting to hear mean comments, but instead, I heard kids gasp.
Is it her?
OMG, she's back.
Yeah, she's here.
And then, all of a sudden, kids started clapping. I was baffled. What's going on? Are they making fun of me, Ashley? No, everyone is lined up in the hall, clapping for you. What? But why? Well, the day was full of surprises. Kids were super nice to me in class. During lunchtime, tons of kids sat at my table. Even Mason was there.
Hey, it's good to see you. School hasn't been the same without you.
Why? You didn't have anyone to pick on? Ashley was here. You could have bothered her.
Nah, not the same without you. Oh, I came up with a joke for you. You want to hear it? Of course you do. What do you call a blind dinosaur? Do you think he saw us?
God help me, Mason, I will punch you. Oh yeah, Mason? Tell me this. What do you call a blind reindeer? No idea.
Now that's a good one.
I guess Mason wasn't such a jerk after all. While everyone was always being nice to me, Mason did something different. He made me feel normal, and I liked it. He'd still tease me, call me a nerd, but now he also cared for me. Every day, the moment I'd enter school, Mason would hold my hand and guide me to class while telling me how he'd rather be doing something else. But I laughed because I knew it was the first thing he looked forward to. And whenever he rubbed his thumb on the back of my hand, I somehow felt calm. With him, soon our duo became a trio. Mason went everywhere with us. Yeah, he was still annoying, but in a sweet way. It was refreshing. Ashley, on the other hand, thought he was up to something. Why is he always hanging out with us? Like, where are his guy friends? Are we not nerds anymore? Gosh, he's always looking at you. It's weird, isn't it? Do you think he likes you? And that's why he hangs out with us? Ashley, it isn't weird, but now you made it weird. Yeah, fine. Mason was handsome, but him being friends with us didn't mean he liked me. He was just being nice, I think. A few days later, when I got home from school, Mom gave me the biggest news ever. My surgery was happening. She finally had the funds. I was super scared for the surgery, but Ashley and Mason were at the hospital when I woke up. I was so happy. It was so good to see their faces again. When I got back to school, I thought the attention from my classmates would end, but it didn't.
Hey, gorgeous.
Whoa, why was I feeling butterflies in my stomach seeing Mason?
One of my friends is having a party tonight. Wanna come?
Was Mason asking me out? Was a party a date? Sure, pick me up at 7. When Mason arrived to pick me up, he looked like $1,000,000, as he always did. Where's the ride? Are we gonna walk there?
Actually, I was thinking, what if, Tony, I need to ask you a huge favor. My exams are starting soon, and you know me. It's just that I don't want to fail. Could you
help you? Of course, yeah. Come on in. We studied together that night, and I realized Mason just had some attention problems. He would just get bored really fast. So over the next few weeks, I tried different ways to help him understand concepts, and he was able to. But on the day of his exam, he was still nervous. Hey, it's okay. You've worked really hard.
What if I still fail? Everyone thinks I'm stupid.
They must be jerks. You are awesome and kind and amazing. Mason, I think, never mind. Just as I turned, Mason grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. It was perfect.
Gosh, Tony, you are perfect. If only you could see yourself as I see you.
Saying that, Mason leaned in and kissed me. The entire night, I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss. Once his exams were over, Mason asked me to the prom. And of course, I said yes. But when Ashley found out, she totally freaked out. Now something is definitely up. There's no way he would just ask you. Why not, Ashley? Am I not pretty enough? Spit it out, Ashley. That's not what I mean. I mean, it's just weird. The way he's just oh so nice all of a sudden. And of course, you're pretty. I don't know what you mean, but I'm tired of this. Mason likes me. Deal with it. I hated how she said that, but I knew Ashley had a point. Was this just a game to Mason? That night, when he came to my window, I couldn't help but ask, Mason, why did you ask me to the prom and not one of the cheerleaders? Do you still pity me as the blind girl?
No, I really like you. I know we didn't start off on the right foot, but I always had a crush on you. I didn't know how to express it. I just sort of annoyed you instead. But that day, after the accident happened, seeing you lying there in your pink PJs and unable to do anything, I felt horrible. When I saw you in the hospital, I knew I had to show you how I felt about you. Tony,
Wait a minute. How did you know I was wearing pink PJs? Were you there when the accident happened? Mason looked shocked, and I knew why. OMG, it was you, wasn't it? I just realized you don't have a car anymore. What happened? Your dad took it from you after you hit a girl with it? After you hit me?
Tony, I wanted to tell you like 1,000,000 times, but I couldn't. I didn't know if you'd ever talk to me again. It was an accident. You just came out of nowhere. It wasn't my fault, and yours neither. I am so sorry.
Not your fault? Get out! I don't ever want to see your face. Leave. I felt like a million emotions wash over me. Ashley was right. There was no way someone like Mason could like me. He was just hanging out with me because he felt guilty. I sent a message to Ashley. She came over right away, and after learning everything, she hugged me tight. Over the next few days, I kept replaying the whole accident scene every night in my head, and I realized Mason was right. It was me who came in front of the car. I am such an idiot. I needed to make things right. I tried calling him, but he never picked up. The next day when I went to school, I looked everywhere for Mason, but he was nowhere to be found. And when Mom came to pick me up, she gave me the most shocking news ever. Apparently, someone had come forward regarding my accident. It was Mason.
I am shocked. That boy was your friend. He looked like a saint. He helped us so much, and in the end, he turned out to be the one responsible. I don't know what to believe.
Helped us? What do you mean?
He didn't tell you? He helped raise money for your surgery. He set up a GoFundMe and ran ads all over the internet. Maybe he was doing it just to not feel guilty.
Mom, I gotta tell you something. I told Mom all about the accident, how it was me who ran in front of the car. She immediately called her cop friend, and Mason was released. I love you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry I treated you badly before and blaming you for what Dad did. I love you so deeply. Later that night, I waited for Mason to come to my window. When he didn't, Ashley and I went to his. I still don't like him, but fine. I'll accept him. For you. Bet you would. As I climbed his window with Ashley's help, I caught Mason watching MSA videos on his phone. So, why didn't you tell me you helped raise money for me?
'Cause it didn't matter. What mattered was how I felt for you, how you felt for me, how you feel for me. I'm sorry about...
Before he could finish, I rose up on my toes and kissed him. So, is the offer to go to prom with you still on? Hi friends, I'm Jasmine from Egypt. I was just 3 when Dad left Mom, and it was just the 2 of us. Since Mom didn't have an education, she had to work as a maid. Growing up, we didn't have much, and whenever I'd see women wearing fancy clothes, I'd wish my mom could have them too. Every night, I vowed to study hard and make it big for Mom's sake. Mommy, I promise, when I get a job, I'll buy you a beautiful house and lots of clothes. Really? That's so sweet of you, my doll. I was so focused on my goal that I poured all my heart into studying. When I was 7, I got into one of the best schools in the city on scholarship. Since I was a little more enthusiastic about studies as compared to other kids, that really made me a target of bullies, especially Maha. She was the principal's daughter, and the girl couldn't stand me at all. One time, our school took us to a history museum, and seeing a dinosaur, I was so excited.
This is a 65 million years old fossil of a T-Rex, and they were about the size of a school bus. Isn't that cool? Fine, Miss Know-It-All. You don't need to brag about it. Brag? It's a fact. You would know it too if you'd ever opened a book.
Okay, this really got to Maha, and the witch all of a sudden pushed me, and I went crashing into the dinosaur skeleton. It was a mess. Maha accused me of crashing into the skeleton on purpose, and I kept telling the teacher that she was lying. In the end, Mom was called, and when asked to pay the damages, she went mad. Pay damages? For some bones? Who do you think I am? I am a maid. Where do you expect me to get all this money from? Hearing her, all of the kids started laughing, and I felt my ears burn. It wasn't like I was ashamed of what Mom did for a living, but I didn't exactly go around announcing it. Why did she have to say that? I just grabbed Mom's hand and dragged her out of there. After that day, Maha made it her life's mission to always remind me of what my mom did.
Hey, Jasmine, you missed a spot here. Jasmine, pick up the trash.
Oh, Jasmine, how about helping the janitor? The girl was constantly on my nerves, and though I really wanted to punch her in the jaw, I had to ignore her. I was on a scholarship, and I couldn't ruin my chances. So every day, just to avoid Maha, I would go out to the school's park and sit on a swing to have lunch. It sort of became a ritual, and I loved the alone time. One time, when I was in 8th grade, I went to the park and saw a girl my age on my favorite swing. It was Azra. She was a new student, and we were both in the same class. Everything was fine until she stood on the swing. You idiot! You stood on it with shoes! One shoe has like 421,000 units of bacteria! So many! Come on, Jasmine. I know you're making it up, aren't you? Making it up? I read it in a science magazine, duh. Oh, yeah, got it. So, about the swing, I don't see any germs. Well, come on, let's swing together. By the way, I came to ask you if we could study together. Why would I do that? As you said, I am already good at it, and you are not. Makes no sense to waste my time. Wow, you are mean. But you do have a point. It's good I don't give up easily. Saying that, Asra walked away, and I wondered what she meant. Well, I found out what she meant the next day. The girl was always around me. In the class, in the cafeteria, in the school's park, and even the bathroom. I was so annoyed at her that I just wanted to get away from her. But right at the exit, I bumped into someone. It was Maha. I am so... Look where you're going. Ew. I can't believe you touched me. Your uniform? It's so dirty. Your mom can clean others' clothes and not yours? How dare she? And then the words just blurted out of my mouth. Maha, if you're gonna act like a turd, go lay in the yard. What? What did you just say? Now even Maha's minion started laughing, and boy, she looked furious. Just then Asra spoke. Better get your ears checked, Maha. You're losing your touch. Oh, really? Says the dumbest girl in class. Call me dumb one more time, and I'll introduce my foot to your butt. Got that? Maha glared at Asra, and just when I thought they'd get into a fight, a teacher entered the bathroom and everyone pretended like nothing happened. But the entire incident left me stunned because no one had ever stood up for me before. Like, ever. And Asra was the first person to do so. Later that day, when I was going home, Asra ran to me. So, fine, I'll help you. Be in the library daily at lunchtime. Yes, I knew it. I know, I have this charisma. I kind of grow on people. Gosh, I really need to get my act together. Mom says she'll get me married off if I don't do well in my studies. Can you imagine? While Asra kept talking and talking, I walked away. As I started studying with Asra, I learned that she wasn't exactly the brightest crayon in the box. Like one time, we had to do a history presentation, and Asra told me to leave it to her. We ended up explaining about the Berlin Wall, except that the wall was in China and built to keep the Mongols out. When I asked why she made such a huge mistake, she was so chill about it. So what? Both were walls and really famous ones. Oh God, what had I gotten myself into? There was this one time when we were having swimming lessons, and Asra thought it would be really fun to throw some yellow food coloring in the water and scream that someone had peed in it. Well, we both ended up in detention, and we were caught yellow-handed, because the food coloring was all over our hands. Though it annoyed me how much trouble Asra was, I had to accept the girl was fun. Soon we became best buddies. We were total opposites, but like a puzzle, we were a perfect fit. I helped Asra with her studies, and she helped me by actually showing me how to have fun. I did my first cliff dive with Asra. She gave me my first makeover, which was really bad, and I looked like a clown. Asra was not just fun, but so compassionate. Every day while going home, she had this habit of feeding stray cats her lunch. This was something common in both of us. We both loved animals. You know, Jasmine, when I grow up, I'll open a pet salon. It's gonna be so fun. Pet salon? It's not even a thing. I'll make it a thing, and you know what? I'm gonna name it Asra and Jasmine's Pet Salon. The girl lived in her own little world, and I loved her. One time, we were in the queue getting lunch, and Maha came in the front and shoved us to the back. I'll teach her a lesson. Let it go, Asra. She's a brat. Yeah, brats need to be taught a lesson. Saying that, Asra threw her juice box and it hit Maha on the head. And when she turned, Asra gave her the most innocent smile ever. I am so sorry, Maha. It was a total mistake. What? A mistake? My hair extensions. Do you even know how much these cost? No, I don't, 'cause I have my own hair. I could see Maha boiling with anger, and before things could get ugly, I wanted to be out of there, so I grabbed Asra. Come on, Asra, let's go. But right when we were at the door, Maha threw a handful of mashed potatoes at Asra, which hit the girl behind her. And then an epic food fight broke loose. It was chaos. I felt like I was in the jungle and all the wild animals were fighting around me. Things got pretty crazy. All 3 of us were taken to the principal's office, and just as I expected, Maha got off the hook and she started crying in front of her mom. And in the end, only I was punished. My punishment was to clean the school's toilet for a month. What? That is so unfair. You didn't even do anything. Come on, let's confront that woman. Just leave it, Azra. It's easy for rich kids. They get off the hook everywhere. And people like me are just left behind to suffer. Just stay away from me. Although Azra apologized like a million times, I didn't want to talk to her. It wasn't her fault, but I felt like she was another privileged princess who got out of trouble. Every day I had to clean the bathroom, and Maha was really having fun seeing me miserable. One day when I entered the bathroom, I was shocked to see my name all over it. Try cleaning this. Wrote it especially with a Sharpie for you. That was it. I had enough of that witch, so I slapped her hard. The witch looked at me like she'd kill me, but right then, someone grabbed and shoved her out of the bathroom. It was Azra. How dare you touch me? I told you, my extensions are expensive. Oh, these extensions? Saying that, Azra ripped off her extensions, and in seconds, both of them were fighting like lunatics. Once again, all 3 of us were taken to the principal. Just when Maha acted all teary, telling how I had picked on her, I just blew up. Oh, shut up, Maha. Everyone knows it was you who wrote with that Sharpie in the bathroom. You are a witch. You just get away with it because your mom is the principal. Both mom and daughter looked shocked seeing my outburst. The principal then went on to tell me how I'd pay for being a brat. But a few moments later, a man walked in, and Azra went running to the man. What happened next left me shocked. Turned out, Azra's dad was the school district superintendent. Azra had told him about the principal's impartial behavior towards me. Well, Maha was expelled, and her mom was reported to the school board and later terminated from the job. They both totally deserved it. After Maha was gone, there was peace. After graduation, I started working as a software engineer at a very big company, and I was doing well. I was finally able to get Mom a lovely house, and things were good. As for Azra, she did pass high school but couldn't get into college, and her mom was always after her to get married. One day, Azra and I went out for coffee, and she looked worried and told me how her mom had set her up on a date with a total stranger. I haven't even seen the guy. She wants me to marry him because he's some big shot businessman. I can't even stand up the guy because I did that 2 times already. I was wondering, can you perhaps do me a teeny weeny little favor? No, I'm not marrying him for you. No, dummy. Just go on the date and act weird. Just blow him off. I would have done it myself, but I have a very important meeting tomorrow. I wanted to say no, but she looked at me with those puppy dog eyes. And how could I say no to that? So the next day, I was in a fancy restaurant waiting, and when the guy didn't show up, I was furious. I was about to leave, but I heard a deep voice.
You must be Azra. I am really sorry for being late.
The moment I saw him, my jaw fell because the guy happened to be none other than Zaid, the owner of the company I worked for. Phew, he didn't recognize me because he had thousands of employees. I gotta leave because I just remembered something.
Azra, our moms will set up another date if we don't sit through this one. Just pretend you're here with a friend.
Easier said than done. Unexpectedly, I had a good time. I felt like I could talk freely to Zaid. Of course, as Azra. We both exchanged numbers, and Zaid and I texted each other every day. It was magical. I felt like I was falling in love with him. When Azra asked me what was happening, I told her the truth, and she told me to come clean. And the day I was going to, something awful happened. I had a presentation at work, and when I went in, I was totally shocked to see Zaid there. He looked equally stunned. After I finished the presentation, I just wanted to run out of the building, but he caught me in the elevator.
Jasmine? Your name is Jasmine? Why did you lie to me? I can't believe it. I fell in...
I can explain. It's complicated. I was gonna tell you tonight, but
your lie was caught.
Saying that, he left, and I felt awful. I left my job the day after, and when Azra came to visit me, I just lost it. It all happened because of you. My life was fine until you told me to go on that stupid date. Why do I always get into trouble because of things you start? I started. This was all you. Stop blaming me. After that, Asra and I didn't talk. I stopped all communication with her, changed my number, and even deleted my social media accounts. Soon I got another job, and I poured my heart into it. I remembered the promise I made to myself all those years ago. I couldn't let one setback slow me down. In a couple of years, I performed so well and eventually became a big manager in the company I worked in. Mom was so proud of me, but I often wondered what it would be like to share my happiness with Asra. I missed her so much. One day, I was checking my emails, and I was surprised to see an invitation from Asra. She was having a launch for her business and wanted me to join. Though I was unsure, Mom forced me to go. When I reached the place, I was totally blown away. Asra had finally opened her very own pet salon. It was Asra and Jasmine's pet salon. So, what do you think, bestie? How did I do? Asra? How? When did this happen? It's amazing. Then she told me how she had a business meeting for the salon the day I went out with Zaid in her place. I just had tears in my eyes. She did it. Jasmine, I missed you. Making all this happen wasn't that fun without you. I missed you too. You're my best friend in the whole wide world. I don't ever want to fight with you. You're my soulmate. We fight. That's who we are. And speaking of soulmate, there's someone here to see you. When I looked, I was shocked to see Zaid. He looked a bit nervous, and then I was the one to speak first. And then he ran to me and hugged me so tight and whispered in my ear that he loved me. And I couldn't hold my tears. And I whispered back, I love you too. And that's the day I learned that if you work hard and never stop pursuing your goals, the universe will give you what you want. I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I pounded on the first door I saw. Open the door, please.
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
He's after me.
What? Who?
Help me! No, don't go outside. Okay, hold on. Let's get some context here. I'm Luna, and I was born in a small town in Switzerland. Before we go any further, like and subscribe to hear my story. Thank you. It took my mom hours to give birth to me. So much so that doctors and nurses figured it would be okay to take a lunch break since they'd be there forever. Maybe it's cause I was scared with everyone there. But as soon as the room was empty and my dad took a bite of a sandwich, I decided to come through. My mom gave birth to me pretty much by herself. What a hero. We should name her Heidi. Really? The most ridiculous Swiss name you could think of? We might as well have named her Cheese Fondue or Swiss Army Knife. After arguing over it, they agreed on Luna. Luna means moon in Italian. It's no wonder that I grew up to be a dreamer. When my parents split, I was a little upset. Pack your suitcase. We're leaving. In order to keep me from destroying our house, Mom decided to take me on a trip and explore the world. Life was amazing. Why don't we travel the world for the rest of our lives? Mom was skeptical. I just graduated high school. It's the perfect time to take a break. And how will we afford that if I don't work? Ugh, see, the Lunas of this world, the dreamers, we aren't made for sitting in classrooms for hours. So we're not gonna travel the world? I'm not saying we won't. I'm saying I won't. And with that, she just gave me a wink that could have meant two things. Either she was giving me the green light to go on this trip alone, or she had something in her eye. Either way, I was left feeling confused and a little nervous. I had never traveled without her before. I mean, she was the one who packed my bags and reminded me to put on clean undies. But there was no turning back now. I ran out of things to break in the house, and Mom was starting to look at me like a caged animal. I needed to get out of there before I started gnawing on the furniture. When I told my mom I planned to go to Australia, she looked at me like I had announced I was joining the circus. Australia? That's on the other side of the world. Yes, because I got the best deal. I used my student card to get the cheapest package to Australia during peak season, and there were no other countries available. So I had to act fast since there was only one spot left. Do you know how big the spiders are in Australia? Of course I knew, but I had refused to Google anything about Australia out of fear I'd get too afraid to go. I had to do this. It was now or never. Obviously, she wasn't thrilled, but I went to grab my suitcase from the attic, feeling excited for my trip until I saw a spider. It wasn't a horror movie spider, just a tiny one that I could easily crush with a tissue, but my phobia of spiders caused me to panic, and that tiny one looked like a giant 8-legged beast. I wanted to scream and run, but my legs were frozen in place. I swear, I could hear the Jaws theme playing in my head as I slowly reached for the door, trying not to alert the spider that I was there. I managed to shut the door without letting out a scream, but as soon as I was back downstairs, all hell broke loose. I started hyperventilating, my arms flailing around like some some sort of demented windmill. The next day, Mom dropped me at the airport. I'm gonna miss you. You can still change your mind and come with me. You know I can't. The trip to Sydney took forever, like at least 40 hours. I was daydreaming about my future. What if I fell in love with a handsome, sun-tanned Australian? What if the universe had this planned for me all along? As I made my way toward the airport exit, I realized I had no idea where my ride was supposed to pick me up. Frantically checking my phone, I noticed that my battery was almost dead. Luna, Miss Luna? He looked like a driver, but what if he was a stranger trying to trick me? My heart was racing as I hesitantly made my way towards him. As I got closer, I realized he was indeed my ride. I let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. As soon as we got into the car, the driver started blasting music that was way too loud. I tried to ask him to turn it down, but he couldn't hear me over the noise. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I realized I'd forgotten to convert my currency. How was I supposed to pay for anything without any Australian dollars? I started to panic when we pulled up to my apartment. As I made my way out of the car, I heard a loud crash behind me. Turning around, I saw that my massive suitcase had fallen out of the trunk and was now spilling its contents all over the pavement. Oh no, let me help you. Here, let me get that for you. Don't worry about it. This ride is on me. He drove away, and I was stunned by how nice Australians were. As I reached for my wallet to check my funds, I realized with horror that it was missing. That sneaky driver must have swiped it while I was distracted by the chaos of my spilled suitcase. I couldn't believe it. I had just been robbed by the same guy who pretended to help me. I had only a little food left and chump change in my bag. I had to find my thief immediately, or I would starve. That day had been a total dumpster fire, but then I saw something that caught my eye outside my apartment window. There was the driver, standing by the beach with a surfboard. I immediately ran downstairs and headed towards the beach. I looked around frantically, trying to spot my driver. After a few moments, I saw him in the water riding a wave. Without a second thought, I decided to steal a surfboard and join him in the water. As I made my way into the ocean, ready to catch my thief, wham! What the heck just happened? Is she okay? That must have hurt. As I opened my eyes, I saw a bunch of people surrounding me. Ouch! My face was hurting. So after I got up, the lifeguards told me that you should never enter the water holding your surfboard in front of you. Waves will hit the board and slam it right into your face. But I didn't care about any of that. My thief was gone, and I still had this board that I had borrowed and wasn't sure where to return it. That's Adam's board. Huh? Adam? He lives in that building. The girl was pointing at my apartment complex. Great. I grabbed the surfboard and headed back to my building. I mentioned that my apartment was located on the 40th floor. The surfboard didn't even fit in the elevator, so I walked up 40 floors with the heavy board to make it back home. The next day, I woke up sore, but ready to find my thief and, well, give this Adam guy his surfboard back. I grabbed the board and headed for the elevator. I wasn't going near those stairs again. The surfboard would most certainly survive the fall, right? I shoved the board through the window and let it fall. I mean, who was gonna notice? Ouch! I scanned the beach like a hawk trying to spot my thief, but I couldn't see beyond the waves. I needed to get everyone out of the water to identify the culprit. Shark! Shark! Everyone came running out of the water in a frenzy, but as soon as they realized there was no danger, they looked at me like I was the crazy one. And the worst part, the thief was nowhere to be seen. That night, I decided to make myself a fondue. Yeah, kinda gross to have melted cheese in the summer, but I was missing home. As I was about to finish melting the cheese on the stove, my fire alarm started screaming at me. I immediately grabbed a towel and hurriedly waved it under the fire alarm. It was useless. This thing wouldn't stop. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Was someone here with me? I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I opened the first door I saw. Hey, who are you and what are you doing in my apartment? He's after me. What? Who? Help me! No, don't go outside. Wow, he was so cute that I almost forgot about my fire alarm that was blasting in the background and the fact that someone was after me. Fire, alarm, stranger, apartment. My neighbor was kind enough to check every closet and corner. No one was there. He also fixed my fire alarm. And by helping me fix it, I mean that he literally tore it off my ceiling. I just hoped that the building wouldn't catch on fire while I was asleep because I no longer had a fire alarm. Thank you so much. You saved me. Happy to help. I'm here for anything you need. I'm Adam, by the way. Luna, like the moon. I love it. Wait, are you the Adam? Oh, wow. You're the thief. Well, wait a minute. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it to go after my thief. He smiled and winked. Was he not believing me, or was he flirting? Well, I didn't have time for this. I had a thief to catch. I called the driver's company, but they were as helpful as a chocolate teapot. I walked out of my apartment, hoping I'd find him at the beach again, and almost stepped on something, a small box of chocolate. It had a note on it. When I opened it, it said, "Welcome, Luna." Aw, obviously this was from Adam. And Celia? So, my handsome neighbor had a girlfriend. Clearly, he wasn't flirting with me and thought my thief story was a lie. I laid in bed that night, exhausted and annoyed, wishing for a good night's sleep. But that didn't happen. I woke up around 3 a.m. that night. Something felt off. I was sure I wasn't alone, but with a quick look around my small studio, I saw no one. Then why did it feel like I was being watched? As I looked at my ceiling, I saw it. The spider. I'm talking a big, hairy, 8-legged nightmare that could have easily passed for a small dog. How did it end up in my apartment on the 40th floor? I won't admit it, but I was tearing up. I needed help, but who could I call at 3 a.m.? Mom. With the time difference, it was daytime for her. I immediately FaceTimed her. "Hey, honey." "Mom, there's a monster in my apartment." As I looked up at my ceiling, it was gone. Without thinking for a second, I jumped up and looked around. Where was it? Was I dreaming? "Are you okay, honey?" "Mom, there's a huge spider." Remember what I always tell you. The spider is probably more afraid of you than you are of it. "Ah, behind you." It must have fallen behind my bed somehow. I swear that at that moment, the spider gave me a judgmental look. "Don't you dust behind your bed." "Mom, what do I do?" I aimed the phone toward the spider to show my mom. "Stop zooming in." "I'm not. This thing is huge." I felt a wave of panic wash over me. My heart started racing, and my palms began to sweat. "Mom, I can't do anything by myself. I'm useless alone. Someone stole my wallet, and now there's a huge spider, and I can't achieve anything without you." That's not true, Luna. When Dad left, I thought I was never going to be able to do anything alone, but I was able to. I survived. You can make it through anything. And just then, the screen went black. My phone died at the worst time. The spider was still there, and I was alone. I grabbed the nearest object I could find, which happened to be a travel guide. But as I raised it up to strike the spider, I started to have second thoughts. What if I missed and it crawled on me? Or worse, what if I missed and it called for all its spider friends to come and get me? There was no one to save me. I considered calling the police, but I was afraid they'd lock me up for disturbing them over a spider. I stood still watching the spider. It was looking back at me like we were in some Western movie scene. Eventually, I made a move toward it, hoping I could scare it away, but it wasn't scared. It lifted its legs, ready to attack. Okay, this spider wasn't going anywhere, so I did what anyone would have done. I slept on my doormat. A few hours later, I was woken up by my neighbor Adam. "Luna, what are you doing?" "Spider, huge." "Oh, you must have met a huntsman spider. They're great. They eat mosquitoes." "Mosquitoes? I'm surprised this thing doesn't eat cows. It's huge." Adam was laughing. He helped me up and looked me in my eyes. "You could have knocked at my door." So I wasn't wrong. He was hitting on me. "I didn't want to wake up your girlfriend." "My girlfriend? Oh, Celia? That's my sister and current roommate." "Oh," and just then, he pulled out my wallet from his back pocket. How? "My dad owns the building. I told him about what happened with your driver, and he mentioned that a tenant found a wallet on the floor outside. It must have fallen when you walked out of the car." I suddenly felt terribly embarrassed. I was running after my driver, thinking he stole my wallet, when in reality, he truly was a kind local who gave me a ride for free and helped me with my suitcase. Adam gave me one of his perfect smiles. "Want to go surfing?" As the universe was handing me my wallet back and a handsome Australian, I felt compelled to decline. "I think I'm good. I'm gonna pack my stuff and go home." He was surprised, but nodded respectfully. I packed in record speed to avoid another encounter with Dracula Spider and headed for the airport. As much as I appreciated Adam's gesture of returning my wallet, going surfing with him sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, the guy lived in his dad's building. Talk about dependent behavior. It was like looking in a mirror and realizing I needed to stop relying on my mom so much. The truth is that ever since Dad left, I was running away from my problems by traveling. But if I ever wanted to grow up to be an independent adult, I needed to confront my fears head on, even if it meant facing spiders the size of cars. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was able to weave my way out of this tangled web of fear, and it felt good. I was going back home, and I'm not running away from my problems ever again. Hello everyone, my name is Rue, and this is my story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was brought up by a single dad who worked very hard to give me a good life. We didn't have much, but Dad and I had each other and it was enough.
Always work hard and success will follow. Got that, little birdie?
I'll say yes if you buy me ice cream.
Dad and I were close, and we would talk about everything under the sun. Well, everything except Mom. Every time I tried asking Dad about Mom, he would avoid the topic like the plague, and eventually I stopped asking. Growing up, I fell in love with music. It was my dream to become a singer, and at 19, my dream finally came true when I got an invitation to audition for a famous all-girls group, the Masked Minx. These girls were super famous, but no one knew what they looked like because they always performed with a mask on. I was pretty excited, but the only thing was to convince Dad.
But I've never been away from you, and you're too young to travel alone. What if you get in some trouble?
Then come with me.
I wish I could, but I have a work trip coming up.
I just know if I had a mom, it would be easier for both of us. She could take me on this trip and you could go to work, Dad. Well, I guess I am that unlucky. No mom, no trips. Sucks, but I know you're doing your best, Dad.
Hey, we're very lucky to have each other. I guess I can make some time and take you, but you have to promise that you'll quit bringing up these stories of your mom.
I promise. And just like that, Dad and I were on a plane to London. The band had arranged for us to fly first class, and when we finally arrived, I was excited to be welcomed at the airport by a personal chauffeur. Soon after, we reached the hotel where we were staying, and it was also the venue for the auditions. I hugged my dad and entered the audition room, but it was empty. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and almost passed out. It was a girl, and she had the exact same face as mine, only more polished and prettier. Okay, I know that we have at least 7 people who look exactly like you, but dude, this is beyond freaky. Who are you? Firstly, please don't touch me. I hate being touched. Too many germs. And secondly, I am Ava, and I'm your twin sister. My what? Ava went on to tell me about how we were twins and that our parents separated shortly after we were born. She was raised by our mom, while Dad stayed back in America with me. She was a singer too, but recently she discovered that she had laryngitis and her singing career was basically over. I was the one who sent you the mail and called you here. I have a very important tour coming up, and since I can't sing, I need you to take my place. You'll get a lot of money, and I won't lose my contracts. If you do a good job, maybe I can get my friend in the USA to sign you for his record label. Okay, slow down. Can we take a step back? You're one of the Masked Minx, and you want me to sing for you? That's right. Are you crazy? I just found out I have a twin sister, and my head is already spinning, and I'm so close to having a panic attack. Ooh, 1 second. Even if, in some parallel reality, this whole thing was true, I would still have to tell my dad about you. Your dad, our dad, can't know that we've met. I do not want him to get suspicious. Mom has always told me how Dad has hated her all her life, and now I don't want him to take you away. Please, Rue, help me. How do I even know you're my sister? Ava showed me a copy of my birth certificate and a few pictures of us together as babies, but I couldn't trust her. So before I agreed, I placed a condition. I'll agree if you make me meet Mom. Deal. Dad was waiting for me in the hotel lobby, and I felt so angry by looking at his face. How could he hide such a big truth from me? I wanted to confront Dad, but I also wanted to meet Mom, so I decided to stay quiet and go with the flow. I went back to my room and dozed off, and hours later, I was woken up by a frantic call from Ava. I need to see you. Now, come to the lobby and I'm sending a car. I got dressed urgently and did as Ava asked. We met at a restaurant where Ava walked in with the most gorgeous guy on her arm. She introduced him as Jason, her boyfriend, and I just couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was. I need you to convince Dad to pay $100,000 to my manager. Yeah, he's very cute. Wait, sorry, what? I need money, and I promise you will get back much more money when I get you signed on at my friend's record label. Why do you need so much money suddenly? To make arrangements for my tour. Why else? Mom spent all the money I made on my treatment, and I have no savings left. Please, if you do this, I will take you to see Mom. I promise. I was a little taken aback, but I wanted to see my mom so desperately. So I agreed to help Ava out. But Dad would never let go of such a huge amount, so my only other option was Grandpa. He owned several big shopping malls all over the country, and he always told me that I could ask for anything. I called my grandpa and explained the situation to him. He was so happy that I finally met my twin. He apologized for not telling me all this time and promised to help with the money. The next day, Ava let me practice with her background singers and dancers, and I got such a rush out of it. She even let me sign some autographs for her fans on her behalf, and I loved being in the spotlight. After the practice, Ava and I were on our way back when I asked her if I could meet Mom. Not yet. Mom just had a minor heart attack last month, and seeing you might put her into shock, so we need to wait. Meanwhile, could you be a doll and get me some more money? Why? I've already spent enough, Ava. I need to see Mom now, or I will call off the deal. I asked the driver to stop the car and walked out feeling confused and angry. I wanted to cry because I had just lost my grandpa his $100,000 and I still hadn't seen my mom. I was outside the hotel when suddenly someone yanked at my arm. Jason, what do you think you're doing?
Listen to me carefully, Rue. You have to get out of here. Ava and her mom are bad news. I heard Ava's mom talking about how they're going to drain your dad's finances. I think you're a really nice person, so please just tell your dad the truth and go back home.
And why should I trust you over my own family?
Because I know them? I've been with Ava long enough to know when she's lying, and her mother is no saint.
She's my mom too, and I think I'm old enough to know what's right and wrong, so thank you, but I'll take it from here. Saying that, I turned around and left, but Jason's words kept ringing in my head. I couldn't sleep a wink that night, and the next morning, I decided to finally tell Dad everything, but he was nowhere to be found. So I went downstairs and saw him talking to a strange woman in the hotel lobby. I walked up to him, and when he saw me, he turned white.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
This is Claire, your mom. I am so sorry you had to find out like this, and I know you met your twin. Your grandpa called me after Claire called him demanding for $1 million. We will be heading home tomorrow. I was just saying goodbye.
So you're saying goodbye and I don't even deserve a hello? How is that fair? Don't blame your dad, sweetie. Don't call me sweetie. You know why I asked Ava to meet you? So I could stand in front of you and ask you how you could abandon your own child. I could only afford to bring up one child, and I randomly picked Ava. Not that it was a good decision. She's pretty much useless now. Your absolute disregard for humanity amazes me. And thank God I never got a chance to know you, or I would be the only kid in the world who hates their own mother. I turned around and ran to my room. An hour later, Dad showed up and told me the whole truth about how Claire had been using the excuse of raising Ava alone to get money from both my dad and Grandpa, and they kept it as a secret to protect me. You could have told me the truth.
You would have gone behind her anyway, little birdie. I know you that much.
Dad and I left for home that night, but I couldn't go back without meeting Ava, so I asked her to meet me at the airport, and surprisingly, she showed up. I introduced her to Dad. He was so happy, and he hugged her and shed tears. Ava and I sat down, and I told her about what Mom had said. Mom didn't raise me. She gave me up at birth, and I lived in an orphanage. I only got back with her a few years back when someone from the orphanage told her about my singing talent, and since then, she's been trying to use me as a money-making machine. I hate her. Then come with us. Dad and I would love to have you. I would love to, but I can't. I still have so many debts to pay because of Claire. I tried to convince Ava, but she refused. And soon after, Dad and I boarded the flight and left. Weeks passed, but I felt an empty pit in my stomach every time I thought about Ava. She was all alone, fighting my dragon of a mother, and I had to do something to help her, so I turned to Jason for help.
I told you, stay away from her. She and her mom are crooks.
My mom's using Ava. Please, Jason. She's my sister and your girlfriend. We have to help her out.
Okay, this might be a long shot, but what if we do a concert as Ava? It'll be like a face reveal tour. I know a few people who could help us find a band, and we will use social media to spread the word and see where it goes.
And what if I'm not that good?
I've heard you sing, Rue. You'll be just fine.
We spoke to Ava, and she was on board. Jason came down the next week, and we spent days planning every second of the concert. Even my grandpa stepped in to give us a little money. Our posts on social media were very well received, and soon enough, almost all the tickets were sold out. Then one night, I was grabbing coffee when I saw Jason at the same cafe, engrossed in a book. That seems like a heavy read.
It's about kids who grew up in an orphanage. I was one of them.
I'm sorry, Jason. That must have been tough.
It was, but it made me who I am. And besides, I found a great family who loves me and adores me. You learn to find family in unexpected places.
Our conversation flowed from there. We talked about our pasts, our dreams, our fears. I shared about the loneliness I felt growing up without a mother, and he spoke of the challenges of growing up without a family at all. I'd never connected with anyone like this before, and it was truly amazing. One night before the performance, I was nervously checking out the stage when Jason slid his hand inside mine. I just hope it works.
I'm sure it will. And Rue, it's amazing what you're doing for Ava. Not everyone has this kind of heart.
Not everyone gets a second chance with their families either. Trust me, I'm doing this for myself. Jason came forward, gently stroked my cheeks, and I felt my face on fire. And before I could react, he leaned in and kissed me, but I pushed him away. This is not right. You're with Ava.
No, I'm not. Ava and I were just dating for the public. Trust me, we mean nothing to each other.
She's still my sister, and And you and I have to respect that. I walked away from Jason knowing I really wanted the kiss. But family is more important, so I decided to put my feelings aside and concentrate on the bigger picture. The next night was the concert, and it was a huge hit. We collected a lot of money, and when Ava found out, she was beyond happy. That night, I slept with the best feeling ever. But the next morning, my dad shook me awake, and then he told me the most shocking news of my life. Apparently, Ava had turned down my offer to move in with me and Dad, and instead, she slapped me with a legal notice for impersonating her without her permission. The only way she would take her complaint back was if my dad agreed to pay her $10 million. I feel so stupid for wanting to help her.
It's not your fault. I guess she's just more like your mom than you thought.
I could not stop crying because I knew this was going to make me and Dad so poor. I had to come up with a solution before we ended up homeless. So I decided to approach Ava, but my calls and messages went unanswered. I was running out of options when a couple of days later, Ava showed up at my front door along with Jason. What are you doing here? I ran away. I'm finally free. Free to do what? Brand me as a liar? I tried to help you and you threatened to sue me. It wasn't me. It was all Claire's idea. Apparently, Claire had taken all of Ava's phones and she was the one who had sent the notice in Ava's name.
I'd gone back home to talk to Ava in person, but she was missing.
I tried to tell her how wrong this was, but she just locked me up. But somehow I ran away and hid at my friend's place till Jason found me. I'm so sorry, Rue. It's okay. All that matters is that now you're here and you're safe. I hugged Ava tight, and the two of us told Dad everything. He got the best lawyers, and with Ava's testimony, Claire landed in jail for exploiting a minor against her will and cheating Dad out of his money. She just called the house one day and begged me to take her back as our mom. I made a mistake. Please forgive me. I'm your mother. You can't send me to jail. Oh, yes, we can. Just like you sent Ava to an orphanage, and just like you abandoned me and my father. Now it's time for payback, and you're gonna get yours. Dang right you will. Soon after Mom went to jail, Ava and I decided to share our story with the world, and it was very well received. We became famous and even launched our music careers. I sang and Ava played the piano. One day as we were done performing, Ava hugged me tight and whispered in my ear, "Jason's here to see you. Don't worry. He told me everything about how you both are pigeon heads and were ready to sacrifice your love for me. So, you don't have a problem?" "No, dummy. I never loved him the way you do. Go on. He's all yours." I was so happy. I rushed backstage and saw Jason waiting for me. Without thinking, I threw my arms around him and pulled him in. I know too much has happened, but I'm ready to move on if you are.
I'm 10 steps ahead of you, babe.
I learned that sometimes the people related to you can hurt you the most, and you always have to be ready for anything.
Hi there, my name is Mishka, and for the longest time, I was the only girl in my whole village. Before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My village was stunning and bountiful, but for ages, our people thought this land was cursed. Before me, no girl had been born in this village for 50 years. Everyone just kept giving birth to boys. Some couples had 14 babies just to get one girl, but they all failed. The villagers had to find women from other towns, like my mama, to marry their boys. They were beginning to think Mother Nature had abandoned them, when one day, my mother finally gave birth to a baby girl. Me. The whole village wept with joy and relief. The curse is finally lifted. The divine feminine has returned. The day of my birth was declared a holiday, and I became the town's princess. People came to worship me, taking turns to kiss my feet and be blessed with a daughter themselves. I was made to sit on every pregnant woman's lap. They thought my magic would turn the unborn babies into girls. Being a girl wasn't my only talent. I stunned the entire village when I uttered my first word at only 6 months old. By the time I was 4, I could read long paragraphs. The princess is a genius. I was too precious to be sent to school, so expert tutors were brought in from other cities just for me. Shockingly, I was smarter than most of them. One time, my teacher tried to eat a random mushroom growing in the dirt. I slapped it right out of her hands before she could take a bite. "There's white stripes on the stem. That's poison." She ran through the town screaming, "The princess is an angel. She saved me. She saved my soul." The entire village worshipped me even more now. If I was spotted, everyone would fall to the ground and start bowing. People showered us with gifts and jewels that filled our vaults to the ceiling. One man even gave away his sons to become our servants for free. Take 2 of my boys to serve our precious princess. I don't need these 2. I have a lot of them. At first, I kind of enjoyed the attention, but as I grew, I became more beautiful, and that's when things started getting crazy. One day, my teacher told me about a special new library full of books. I can take you there. Jump into my cart. I want my mama to come with me. She grabbed my wrist. Come on, princess. You don't need mama anymore. She tried to cover my mouth and I bit her. Ah! Mama! My screams echoed in the mountains and the villagers jumped on her. I want the girl for my son. She will give birth to girls. Give her to me. She wasn't the only one losing it. Fights between angry villagers started breaking out in front of my house every day. They were fighting over whose son I would marry. The village was breaking down into chaos. We had to put a stop to this. When I turned 10, the village elders declared that a contest would decide my future engagement. All the boys in town would compete, and I would get to make the final choice when I turned 16. Mama, this sounds weird. This is the only way to keep peace in our village, Mishka. Don't worry. We'll be with you the whole way. So, every few days I was dressed and primped to perfection to attend the marriage contest. Archery, hunting, sword fighting, mathematics. There were several levels for the boys to compete in. I was so bored. All I did was sit there and look pretty. I was really starting to wish I was a boy. They got to play games and run free in the village while I was caged like a bird. When I turned 12, I put my foot down. I want to go to school, Mama. It's too dangerous, Mishka. I'll dress up as a boy. I'll wear a wig. Please, Mama. I need a life. After a lot of begging, she accepted my request. She bought me a wig and helped me pick out boyish clothes. Soon enough, I was ready to start my second life as a boy. I was so nervous on my first day. What if someone found out about me? I should have been more worried about the school bully, Carl. Once he saw me, he said, "Do everything I say, or we'll throw you in the lake." What? I refused his orders, and he actually threw me in the water. He was horrible, not just at school, but also during the marriage contest. He said, "My stunning princess, if you choose me, all of my lands will be yours, and all of my body." Ew! I would never choose a horrible bully like him. One day when he threw me in the lake just for fun, again someone came to help. It was Ren, the son of the village chief. He was really quiet and aloof, and he was the only boy in the town who had refused to participate in the marriage contest. Thank you, I said in my best manly voice as I took his hand. Suddenly he started staring at me like I was a ghost. Your hair. I touched my head and nearly screamed. My wig was gone. My long hair was loose right in front of Ren. You're the princess. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I was finally caught. What was I going to do? When I went to the marriage contest the next day, I was literally shaking. Did everyone know my secret already? I was stunned when everything was just normal. No one suspected me or accused me of anything. Had Ren not told anyone? Why would he do that? Not only was Ren keeping my secrets, he started following me around in school to make sure no one would mess with me. I told him I could handle myself, but he'd always say, "I'm the chief's son. It's my job to protect the princess." One day I just snapped. I'm not a princess. I'm Mishka. If you're here because you think I'm blessed or something, you can just go away. I don't think you're blessed, but you could get hurt if anyone finds out about you. Was he actually just nice? I started trusting Ren, and before I knew it, I was actually falling for him. He was the kindest, strongest person I'd ever met. One day I lost all control and I kissed him. I was so amazed when he kissed me back. I didn't want to do that stupid contest anymore. I just wanted to be with Ren. At the next event, I made a public announcement that the contest was over. People went mad with rage, but I ignored them. Surely they'd get over their disappointment soon enough, right? Wrong. One day, some unexpected guests showed up at home. The entire town, with Carl and his family standing right ahead. They had pictures of Ren and I kissing and hugging. She has been pretending to be a boy to enter the school, and she chose a husband without the consent of any of the villagers. No! None of you have any right to choose who I marry. You're the only girl. We own your future and your destiny. You own nothing. I'm not just a girl, I'm a person. I slammed the door shut and ran up to find Mama. When I got there, I found her puking on the bathroom floor. Mishka, I'm pregnant. Holy wow. 9 months later, Mama gave birth to a new baby, another girl. The whole town rejoiced at Kira's birth, and they started worshiping our family even more. I thought another girl would set me free, but Kira being born was one of the worst things ever. As she grew up, Kira learned about our village's history. She realized that if it weren't for me, she would be the only girl in this village. I wish you were never born. Then all of this would be mine. She would lock me in a room every time Ren came over the house. Why should you get the chief's son? It's not fair. Open the door, Kira. Only if you dump him. Kira tried to get rid of me about 100 times a year. Fake jobs out in the city, framing me for theft so I would go to jail. She tried everything. She was my baby sister, and I was never going to go against her, but she had no problem going around the whole village bad-mouthing me. Carl and his family joined her happily. Mishka is a fake. She wasn't even born in this town. People actually believed her lies. My parents got threatening letters asking them to remove the fake princess. One day, Kira broke all her limits. She showed up to our house with a whole crowd of angry people carrying torches who demanded that I leave our village forever. I told them to eat dirt, and my sister tried to drag me out of the house. That's when the rest of the town showed up. What are you doing to our princess? She's a fake. She's adopted. And she needs to leave our village. We saw her being born, you idiot. You're the idiot. You... Before I knew it, the entire village was at war. People pitched tents in our yards to sleep there so they could protect me the entire day. The chief tried to settle the dispute, but they refused to calm down because Kira would keep riling them up. I will not live with this fake. We need to split the village in half. What? Draw a line through the village. You take one half. I take one, and we never see each other again. No matter what I tried, I couldn't change her mind. It took months of deliberation, but we finally managed to create the line, white chalk that divided our land's resources. I took the people that trusted me and began my own village. We are going to do things differently from now on. We will learn and improve our village. While I took an oath to change things, Kira wanted things just the way they were before. She restarted the marriage contest in her village. She loved being the judge. She could dress like a queen and have men fight over her. While my home stayed the same, Kira built a castle just for herself. She made the boys do it to prove their love. I focused on building schools, playgrounds, and filling up our libraries. One day, a little boy came to me and said, "Princess, I want to see the stars." "Sure you will. I promise." So I bought them a telescope. The princess brought us magic. Wow! My people loved me because my work showed results. They became happier, wealthier, and had more comforts in their life. Unfortunately, things on Kira's side were really bad. One day, Kira chose the same boy twice for a date. The other boys got really mad. "If this is really happening, I'm gathering my family to fight your family, and I will bring more people to kick your butt." "What did you say?" And a war broke out between the families. One time I woke up to the sounds of people screaming. When I ran out, I saw a cloud of smoke on top of Kira's crops. They were burning. If the fire spread, her whole village could go hungry. I moved my people to put out the fire as much as we could, but we had to stop once Kira showed up. "Get back to your side. I'm helping you, you idiot. If I ever see you on my side again, I'm throwing you all in jail." She didn't care about the fire one bit. If we don't have crops, we will have fish. She made her villagers fish the lakes dry. By next year, they had totally run out because none of the fish had survived that season. This was a disaster, and her people were the ones suffering while she sat in her castle. I had to do something. I started sending grain and fish to their side secretly. I sent them tools, books, clothes, really anything my village could spare. One day, we were shifting a huge box of bread to the other side when suddenly a dozen people surrounded us with bats and sticks in their hands. "I thought I told you to stay away, sister. I'm trying to keep your people alive. You were stupid to do this, Mishka. Now I'm going to throw you in jail and the rest of the village will be mine." "We don't think so." Kira's villagers were here. They pushed her men away from us. "Mishka has done more for us than you ever could. We were fools to believe you." But I'm the Princess, you're a moron. We will not suffer and ruin our land for you anymore. We choose Mishka. Kira was shunned to the side, and that day, my home became one again. The villagers who doubted me wept with apologies, but I couldn't let their tears flow too long. This was a time for celebration. We joined together and finally rebuilt our homes. Years later, I married Ren and we became chief and chieftess of the village. Even Kira showed up for the ceremony. She fell to my feet when she saw me and began to beg for forgiveness. I'll kiss your feet. I'll clean your house. I'll do anything, Mishka. I grabbed her shoulders and pulled her up. I don't know if I can trust you, Kira, but lucky for you, I believe in second chances. Home will always welcome you back. She began to cry and joined our people in celebrating their new leaders. I finally had full power to improve my home and my family, with true love by my side.
Hey friends, I'm Jessica from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I was born 2 minutes after my triplet sisters, Zoe and Dana. And even though we look alike, Zoe and Dana always made me feel different. They stuck together, wore the same outfits, and even had their own language, just so they could talk about me behind my back.
Hosaga Galago. Kosaga Galaga Mene.
What is the deal with you two? You sound so dumb when you talk like a duck.
No, we don't. You're just jealous because you're not part of our cool club.
Whatever. They were right. I hated being the odd one out. I think my sisters were jealous because I was prettier, taller, and smarter. And when I turned 13, I landed my first modeling gig for an international teen magazine, and we just grew more distant. They begged Mom and Dad to get them into modeling too, and my parents went out on a limb to get Zoe to walk a fashion show, but she kept throwing tantrums.
OMG, this color makes my eyes look small. Is this Diet Coke? No? Get lost then and get me one. This makeup artist looks like a homeless person. Get me a prettier one.
It was so bad, they kicked her out and she never got a call back.
I don't get it. We're dressed up better, obviously prettier, and yet somehow you get all these great gigs.
Ugh, don't whine if you can't get what's mine. And I'll let you in on my secret, but you have to promise me never to tell Mom. I walk on my arms 3 times a day, every day, for at least 50 minutes.
That's ridiculous. We've never seen you do that.
I won't do it in front of you, dummy. It's called a secret for a reason. Walking on hands helps me with my posture, and I walk better on the ramp. It was a lie, of course, but my sisters were so dumb. They tried doing everything, but couldn't even land a handstand. And one time, Zoe ended up falling and crashing right into Mom's $1,000 vase, smashing it into pieces. Mom was furious, and they both ended up getting their butts grounded, while I had the TV all to myself for a good 2 weeks. Absolute bliss. But after that day, they never trusted me, but I couldn't care less. Eventually, they gave up on their dream of ever becoming a model. As for me, I continued being the professional that I was, and I only got more famous. One day while working on an ad, I was a bit confused about my lines. It makes me look hot. Excuse me, this is supposed to be a winter wear commercial, right? The lines are all wrong. Let me see. I turned around and saw Peyton walking in my direction. He was modeling royalty with over 10 million followers on Instagram. I was doing this commercial with him? How did I miss the memo? Say it like this. I feel so hot when I'm wearing these, I can barely feel the cold. You try. I feel cold, hot. No, wait, I can get this right. It's okay. I have that effect on girls. I'm Peyton, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of me. Who hasn't? It's such an honor working with you. Peyton and I absolutely nailed that winter wear ad, and our chemistry was so good, we ended up doing a lot of ads together. We started hanging out more and more, and soon became good friends. The more I got to know him, the closer to him I felt. You know, apart from good looks and almost perfect body, I also happen to be an amazing singer. Oh, how cool. I've always wanted to be a model, but do you want me to sing for you? Oh, yes. I'd love to. Before I could even finish my sentence, Peyton started singing, and it was so bad. I could feel my eardrums cry. But despite that horrible singing, when Peyton asked me out that evening, I happily said yes. And when my sisters found out, they burned with rage. Seriously? You think I won't know you're talking about me and Peyton? Guess your secret language doesn't make you cool enough to be with someone like him, so I'm just gonna ignore you.
ignore us all you want, but you can't ignore the fact that Peyton is too good for you, and you'll never be able to keep him happy. Say what you want, I'm late for my meeting with my super hot boyfriend. It felt so good to rub it in their faces. The next few weeks were bliss. The news about me and Peyton being an item skyrocketed our reputation, and everyone wanted to sign us up. Life was perfect until my agent booked us for a Christmas ad, and this time they wanted to use my whole family, including Zoe and Dana. I begged my agent not to go through with it, but she didn't give a rat's butt about it.
The press is big on this, Jeff. If you guys crack this, people will run to get in line for your autographs. Come on, I'm sure your sisters are not that bad. They're horrible.
But if this brings more work, then I'll try and give it a shot. I tried to make peace with it, but the next day when the photographers came, Zoe plopped her butt right next to Peyton, and I felt my insides explode. Every time Dana gave Zoe a look, Zoe whispered something in Peyton's ear, and they burst out laughing. What? What's so funny? Tell me too. Forget it. Your boring brain wouldn't get our jokes.
It's okay, Jess. I'll just tell you everything later.
And with that, Zoe whispered another joke to him. The photo turned out great and did a fab job at making us look like a perfect family. If only they could see my inner rage. As the photographer was packing up, I had some final paperwork to sign. When I looked up, Zoe and Peyton were nowhere to be found. I went to look for them outside when I found the two of them hugging. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Thanks, Zoe. Feels like I can talk about anything with you. Thanks for being the perfect friend.
Excuse me? I thought I was your perfect friend.
Jess, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean? Can you stop being so pushy? Jeez, poor Peyton is going through so much in life. Did you even know that he has a sensitive throat? He can't sing anymore. Oh, wow. Really? Newsflash, he could never sing. He sang like a toad with a throat infection. You want to be friends so bad? Then go ahead. But I'm done with all of you.
Jess, wait.
Oh, just leave her. You're better off without her. Peyton kept shouting at me, but I was super mad. The next morning, I was feeling a bit better, so I called Peyton, but he didn't answer. Instead, my agent called me up and gave me the shock of my life. The company we did the Christmas ad for loved Zoe and Peyton's flawless chemistry, and they want to go ahead with them. They want you off the project. Are you kidding me? She's the worst model ever. I'm really sorry, Jess. I was devastated beyond words and rushed to give Zoe a piece of my mind. But when I went to her room, I saw something interesting. Zoe and Dana were arguing over Peyton. You shouldn't keep him all to yourself, okay? We decided I'll get a fair chance to impress Peyton too. Really now? I don't think he's interested in anyone. I mean, look what happened to Jess. She's prettier than both of us combined, and he chose me over her. You don't stand a chance. We'll just see about that. Just stay away from him till I ask him out on a date, okay? Wow, at least they accepted I was better than them. But this was the first time ever I'd seen them argue. I thought this was the worst they could do. But a few days later at the success party of our Christmas ad campaign, Dana walked up to me asking if I'd seen Zoe, and the perfect idea struck me. I think I saw her go upstairs in the study. Oh, Dana, I think she's with Peyton. If I were you, I'd let them be. She's what? I'm gonna kill that witch. Dana looked like a raging bull as she ran upstairs, and of course, I followed. She opened the door dramatically, just as Zoe was about to kiss Peyton. Get your filthy hands off him. Oh my god, Dana, are you crazy? Get out. Not before you tell me what's happening. What do you think is happening? We're making out? And then Dana jumped on Zoe, and the two broke out in a huge fight. Peyton and I tried to separate them. But suddenly, Zoe lost her mind and somehow ended up smacking Peyton across the face. Oh my god, perfect. Peyton left angrily and Zoe followed him, while Dana ran and locked herself in the room. I celebrated with the team alone and managed to impress them so well, they gave me another individual project. That evening, as I went onto the porch to get some fresh air, I saw Dana sobbing silently. Here, drink this. It's vanilla milkshake, your favorite. What? Suddenly, she hugged me tightly and started sobbing inconsolably. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst sister in the world. Please, please forgive me. Ew, you got a booger all over me. Yuck, Dana. Sorry, it's just that I've been awful to you all my life. I even tried to get in the way of your career and love life, and look where it landed me. My life's a mess.
No, it's not. Get a grip, girl. And why are you sorry now? Did you not think about the time you left me alone while you gossiped in Egyptian with Zoe? What? Your dumb secret language? Oh, that was actually nothing. We just said some nonsense to piss you off. It was Zoe's idea. So you're telling me there's no language at all? Man, you guys are evil. Wait, Jess, I know we've been really bad to you, but how about we join forces and get some good old-fashioned revenge on Zoe? You know you want it, and God knows she deserves it. And how am I supposed to trust you? You have to take your chances, but I won't let you down, I promise. I had to admit, that sounded pretty tempting, but I wasn't a spiteful person. Or maybe I was. Either way, I wanted Zoe to pay for butting into my life and stealing Peyton from me. So I agreed. The plan was simple. Every time Peyton and Zoe went out on a date, Dana and I would follow them and tip off the paparazzi to take the weirdest pictures, till one of them eventually got annoyed. It went on for days, till one day Peyton got so fed up that he turned to one of the photographers with a snarl. Come on, Peyton, how about a smile for the camera? How about this instead? Peyton punching the reporter and Zoe's smirking face was all over the papers and tabloids. He lost most of his contracts, and so did Zoe, since she only worked on his recommendation. Once their professional relationship was over, their personal one soon followed. Dana and I watched as Peyton came over to see Zoe. I can't get any work since that terrible night. Why couldn't you control yourself? It wasn't such a big deal. Of course it's not a big deal to you. You like the attention. I don't. What do you mean? I mean that a small-time dumb model like you would want cameras to follow you everywhere. Wait a minute, maybe it's you who keeps tipping them off. This makes no sense. Oh, it makes perfect sense. Getting photographed with someone as famous as me would be a dream come true for someone like you. Shut up, Peyton. You can't talk to Zoe like that. Why are you jumping to her defense? Did you forget how she took over your life and your boyfriend? Seems like she did me a favor there, because I can do a lot better than a bug-eating idiot like you. And so can Zoe. Now do us both a favor and get out before I knock your teeth in. Peyton pouted and left, and Zoe turned to me. Why did you do that? I clearly don't deserve your sympathy. You're my sister, Zoe. The only person who can talk down to you is me. But I hope you learned a lesson. I did, and I'm sorry for everything. All the times I've been mean to you. Yeah, we're sorry too. We're the ones who tipped off the paparazzi. It's okay. I kinda deserved it, so we're good? Might take me a little while, but I'll get there. Even if it takes us years, we're gonna prove to you that we've always got your back. Triplets. To the end. A few days later, my agent told me that due to bad publicity, Peyton got dropped from his modeling agency. Zoe and Dana worked non-stop to get back into business, and I helped my sisters in every way I could, till they were eventually good enough to land their own gigs. Working together brought us closer. But I think the best part was when we got to go on vacation and just relax and do little things together like chatting and even learning new languages. Agana binagutke, amugachukadu. Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my god, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us? Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met. Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now. I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are. God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was. Well, look who it is. It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone? Even better, I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute, and I want to talk to you. And apologize. It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders. Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk. I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me. You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble. What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself. Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself. Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him. Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay. After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now. Penny? Who are you talking to? That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me? No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay? Yes, he is. Jenna? Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes. No, Penny, there isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra, how he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend. I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset. I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are, so unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So, I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire, what the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even gonna go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude, and she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up!
You shut up!
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first!
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard, and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases, since she met all the criteria. But what's it gonna cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not gonna get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage. Hi, I'm Lena. Before I tell you my story, please click like and subscribe. My mom used to be a supermodel, but after I was born, she gained weight, became a stay-at-home mom, and then Dad left us when I was 3. She'd just be weeping all day and stuffing her face with ice cream. Whenever I cried, she'd give me ice cream too. But as time went by, I was still eating like this while Mom got over her depression, lost those extra pounds, and jumped back into modeling. One day, I was imitating her poses in the mirror, and she came in laughing. Mommy, what's so funny? I'm gonna be a model one day, like you. Oh, poor baby. Why are you so dumb? Modeling isn't for everybody. We'll find something you're good at. But I doubt that. That was mean. But when she left, I sneaked out her high heels to practice my catwalk. And moments later, I broke one. I glued it on and put it back. Mom started going away for work, so she hired a nanny for me. Years passed and eating just became a way to cope with my feelings. Whenever I was sad or stressed, I'd just stuff my face. And by 8th grade, I was plus-sized. I was smart and got good grades, but everyone just mocked me over my weight. I even changed schools, but things didn't get better. Because here, I was invisible, and it felt awful. Until one day, Freya, the most popular girl, came and sat next to me. Hey, you're the new girl, right? Your hair is so pretty. She started sitting with me every day, and we became really good friends. Now, suddenly the boys were noticing me, but only 'cause they wanted to get close to Freya. I'd become the official delivery person for everything they wanted to give to her. So one day, when this cute boy Sheldon gave me flowers, I was shocked when he said they were for me. Was this some kind of prank? But he looked so sincere, and then he asked me out. The next few weeks, I was over the moon. But once when we were out for dinner, I suddenly felt the chair give away under me and I went crashing to the floor. I just wanted to disappear. But Sheldon totally went off on the management.
My girlfriend could have gotten hurt. What are these chairs made of? Toothpicks?
He then got us a huge free meal and we had a car picnic instead. I loved how he'd stood up for me. The next day, I went to the school gym looking for him, but I suddenly stopped when I heard Sheldon.
Guys, how much longer do I have to date this baby elephant? Dude, the dare is for a month. I'm getting broke paying for all that food. And it's embarrassing being seen with a girl twice my size.
I couldn't hear another word. Later, I went to Freya's house and cried my heart out over pizza. That day, I decided that if my weight was constantly getting in my way, I was gonna lose it. Summer break had started and I told Freya I was gonna be in Paris with Mom, but I was at home and my nanny helped me diet and exercise. And soon, I lost a lot of weight. When I went back to school, I could feel everyone's eyes and smiles on me. And suddenly, some boys from my class rushed forward to ask me my name. Wait, they didn't even recognize me? Just then I spotted Freya and I ran to hug her. Freya, I missed you so much. Lena? Is that you? Oh my God. What? When? How did you do this? She was so surprised, but super proud of me. Just then, Sheldon came up to me looking dumbstruck.
Wow, Lena, you look hotter than Wonder Woman. But tell me, babe, why wouldn't you text me back over the holidays? I missed you.
All I wanted to do was slap him hard, but suddenly I had a better idea. Oh, I was at a yoga retreat and we weren't allowed any cell phones there, but I really missed you too. Freya looked shocked, but I quickly pulled her away and whispered my plan, and that had her laughing. The next day, I planned a romantic date with Sheldon at a really fancy restaurant, and I was dressed to kill. When it was time to order, I was ready. Yes, I'll have all the appetizers. 3 lobsters, 4 steaks, 1 poached salmon, and well, you can bring us the entire dessert menu.
Lena, who's gonna eat all that food?
I will, of course. You know my appetite, babe. When the food arrived, I ate a few bites and asked the waiter to pack it. When he came with the bill, I picked up the food and was leaving. And Sheldon kinda lost it.
You're splitting the bill with me, right?
Nope. It's not cheap dating a baby elephant, you know. Also, it's time you paid for being a complete jerk. I threw a glass of juice at his face and walked out. I gave most of the food to some homeless people, and the rest I shared with Freya as I told her all about my date. Sheldon never came near me again, but my popularity in school soared overnight. I had more boys asking me out than I could count, and the party invitations were piling up. One day at lunch, I got a text message from a new number. It was this new Italian boy in the school that had all the girls drooling.
Come to my birthday party tonight, Bellissima. It's exclusively for hotties.
I went to the birthday party and there was a big screen showing a slideshow of Italian guys' baby pictures. Everyone was awing over them, but suddenly the screen went blank, and what started playing next left me shook. It was a YouTube channel called Fatty Eats the World, and there were videos of me. In one, I was looking really glum and stuffing my face with spaghetti, and in another, I was crying and eating pizza. Oh my God, what? There was only one person who could have made these. Just then, Freya stepped up from behind the screen. Hey, Italian guy. That girl you're talking to, Lena, that's her. See how she looks like a sad sack of potatoes? I don't know what surgery she had to lose the weight, but just remember, it's only a matter of time till she'll be upset over something, and she'll be sobbing and eating like a whale again. Sure, you can handle this? I stared at her in shock as everyone stared at me. All I wanted to do was run and hide inside a cake, but I wasn't gonna do that. I marched up to her and pulled out the projector plug. Freya, are you a psycho? You've been recording me anytime I've poured my heart out and set up a freaking YouTube channel? What kind of friend does that? Seriously? You never wondered why someone like me became friends with you? I just needed a smart girl to help me with my studies. Also, I looked even better next to you. And you should be thanking me for the channel. You were invisible before I noticed you, and now you go around acting like you're better than me. Are you so insecure that you need a fat friend around to make you feel good about yourself? You're a pathetic, evil jerk. And that fat friend, it's not gonna be me anymore. I pushed her and she went flying into the Italian guy's birthday cake. She screamed and he screamed and I stormed out. I was heartbroken by Freya's betrayal and I didn't go to school for the next few days. But one day when the doorbell rang, I was thrilled to see Mom was back. Am I in the wrong house or… Holy cow! Lena? Is that you? Of course it's me, Mom. How do I look? I think I don't like you this way. I liked my cute, chubby girl more. Come on, let's get her back. I'll order pizzas. You'll eat a large one, right? Mom, no. How can you say that? I thought you'd be so happy. And you know, I can even try modeling now. What? No, forget it. I've said this before. Modeling isn't for you. I couldn't really understand Mom's reaction. Why didn't she want me to be a model? She noticed that I wasn't going to school and I told her about the stupid party. When I showed Mom the horrible YouTube channel, she actually started laughing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but it's kind of funny in a cute way. And suddenly, I was raging mad. You think it's funny that my best friend recorded the saddest moments of my life and put them up on YouTube for everyone to see? Do you think this is a funny, cute joke? Mom, I had an eating disorder, and you know whose fault that is? Yours. She leapt up like she'd been electrocuted. Hey, watch it. I've worked really hard to give you a good life, and Mom, you worked really hard for you and left me to literally eat my feelings. Do you have any idea how tough my life's been? And now that I've worked so hard and finally feel good, you're not even happy for me. Gosh, you're the worst. I shut myself up in my room and decided I had to deal with Freya on my own. I made a video about my emotional eating problem and how my videos had been uploaded without my consent. I posted it and it went viral. So many people reported the channel, it was immediately taken down. Lots of people even commented that I should sue Freya. And the next day, her parents were at my door begging me to forgive her. She'll do anything. We'll change her school, and she'll never bother you again. Go on, Freya. Say that you're very, very sorry. Well, she did, and I never saw her again. I went back to school, but I stopped going to the parties and hanging out with all those shallow people who didn't even see me before I lost the weight. One day, I took Mom's address book and copied some fashion agency numbers. I contacted a few and waited patiently for some response. One day, a suited man came to our house, and it turned out to be Mom's first modeling agent. Oh, it's been so long since we did a project together. I'm so happy to see you here. Oh, yes, but right now I'm here to meet your daughter, Lena. She sent in her audition tape, and I think she could be the next big thing. You must be so proud of her. I was ecstatic, but Mom turned pale. She pulled me aside. How dare you do this to me? You lost weight just to show me that I'm outdated and irrelevant, and you can be better than me? I pushed her hand away angrily. So that's what your problem is? God, you're more insecure than Freya. My weight loss isn't about you. It's about me taking control of my life. I signed the contract for that project in front of her eyes, and it went really well. Other projects started rolling in, and I was making really good money. Soon after, I entered a national modeling contest, and I won. I stepped onto the stage for my winner's speech. To all the young girls out there, I just want to say, don't let anyone or anything get in the way of your dreams. People have a way of pushing you down and making you feel worthless, but you should know your own value and power. You can achieve anything you set your heart to. Just believe in yourself.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo.
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card? An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty.
Oh my god, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible. When's the next one?
Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet.
I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home.
Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice.
Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla.
Sorry, sweetheart, but according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick.
Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow. After
hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great. Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day. As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors!
I win!
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here. You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight, but what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You could at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
Yeah, I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me! Only I can decide that! I am Jackson St. Germain! I always get what I want, and I still want you!
Walked away? I was in witness protection! I didn't even have a phone! You're insane! The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby, Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There's just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out! Tell them it's a mistake!
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hi, I'm Aisha from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Mom always said that my twin sister Eva and I competed with each other since we were in the womb. I was supposed to come out first, but Eva beat me to it. Growing up, I was a wild and carefree kid, while Eva was the complete opposite. She always had her nose in books, whereas my head was always up in the clouds. Mom liked that Eva did well in school and had her life together, so she'd compare us a lot. She always wanted me to be more like Eva, but man, you only live once, and I was in no mood to be that boring. I loved playing with model airplanes. We lived near an airport, and whenever I heard them flying over, I'd run out and wave to them.
Hi! Bye! Bye, Mr. Pilot!
I knew knew that when I'd grow up, I'd be a pilot and I'd fly away anywhere I wanted. I could never sit still for long, and I'd always get in trouble for being too wild. Once when I was 7, a mosquito kept me up half the night, so I decided to use my water gun to get revenge. But when I accidentally knocked over Mom's favorite flower vase, she was so mad. Aisha, that was so expensive. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Here, Mom, take my shoe. She deserves a good beating for this. It was an accident. I just wanted to get that stupid bug.
Mom never raised a hand to me, but I think I pushed her buttons a lot. At school, I was super popular and I had a best friend, Ryan. We'd play together every day, and he always picked me up on his bicycle and we'd go for fun rides. I think Eva liked him though. She'd always try and keep him from seeing me, and she acted weird around him. Once when he came to pick me up, she stopped us from leaving.
Do you think you can take me to the shop with you today, Ryan? I'll buy you some sweets.
You mean you'll steal some again? The shopkeeper told me you weren't allowed back there anymore.
He has no proof. Maybe Aisha stole them. Unlike you, I don't need to steal. I save my money instead of spending it all on books. At least I know how to read, unlike you two dummies.
As we cycled away, Eva angrily picked up a pebble and threw it straight at us. Ryan dodged it, but he lost his balance, and we both fell off his bicycle. We laughed at her silly tantrum and rode off while she cried to Mom. When we reached middle school, I realized that Eva was right about one thing. I would have to study harder if I wanted to be a pilot one day. I'd never admit that to her though, but I started working much harder. And by the time I was in 8th grade, I won the best scholar over her. She was so jealous. To celebrate, Mom took us out for a picnic, and Eva pouted the entire time. That is, until a boy on a bike passed us and splashed me with dirty water.
Now that is something worth celebrating.
You stop right now and apologize. To my surprise, he actually stopped and took off his helmet. Oh, my, did I do that? I'm sorry, I was in a hurry.
Don't apologize, handsome. You're my new hero.
Would you just shut up, Eva? And you ruined my clothes, man. Wait, I have an idea that'll help. Suddenly, the boy picked up a garden hose and sprayed me down from head to toe. I screamed and covered my face, and the jerk ran to his bike and rode off. Eva laughed all the way home, and I wanted to kill them both. Luckily for me, I got revenge when I beat Eva for head prefect of the 9th grade. She was so upset by the news that she tried to have a revote, but the senior class president said I had won by a landslide. Try not to be a sore loser, Eva. I won fair and square. If she didn't hate me already, she sure did now. One day at school, I noticed a boy sliding down the railing of the stairs, and I realized it was that jerk who'd ruined my dress. As soon as he saw me, he started running, and I followed. But he was too fast for me, and I lost track of him in the garden outside. As I turned around to go back inside, he suddenly appeared in front of me, holding a bunch of roses. Oh God, those were from the principal's precious garden. Pretty roses for a pretty girl. I thought you should have them after I was so rude. You're in so much trouble. Those are the principal's roses, and she's gonna… Shh! You always look so angry. Why don't you give those beautiful lips a rest? I'm Eric, by the way. He then took my hand and kissed it. You're an odd duck. When he suddenly quacked like one, I couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he was a new student, and literally every girl was going crazy over him, including Eva. She did everything she could to get his attention. One day at lunch, she accidentally bumped into him, and her scarf got caught on his watch. When she giggled and said fate was trying to bind them together, I almost threw up. But Eric just took off his watch and set it down on the table. There, now fate is binding you to the table. The look on her face as he walked away was priceless. And I had to admit, I liked his style. We began to spend a lot of time together, and I really enjoyed his company. And I was kind of falling for him too. But I was spending less time with Ryan now, and he seemed very upset by that. I told him he'd be my best friend no matter what, but he almost seemed jealous. Eric didn't like me spending time with Ryan either. One day while we were studying together in the library, Eric saw us and he freaked. Are you trying to steal my girlfriend? Why are you always around her? He grabbed Ryan by the collar and shoved him away from me. Eric, what are you doing? He's my best friend. He wants to be more, and he won't admit it. That was the first time I noticed Eric's possessiveness, and I was so mad at him, but he begged me to forgive him. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Please, forgive me. I couldn't help but forgive him. Maybe he just didn't know how close Ryan and I were. The next day, Ryan came over and he was so upset. Trust me, that guy is bad news, Aisha. You just don't know him like I do. Fine, whatever. Won't matter to me because I'll be leaving soon anyway. What do you mean? I've been trying to tell you, but we haven't had a moment alone. I got a scholarship to a great school and I'm moving out of the city. I can't believe you didn't tell me about this sooner. When do you leave? Why do you care anyway? I'll be gone by the end of the week, and then you two will never see me again. Goodbye, Aisha. With that, he rode off, and I was so sad to lose my best friend. Just then, Eva huffed from behind me. I can't believe how stupid you're being. What are you going on about? Ryan is totally in love with you, you idiot. He has been since we were kids, and you're wrecking it all for that jerk Eric. What? You're crazy. We're best friends, and he's never liked me like that. You're so blind, Aisha. But fine, don't listen to me. As usual, Eva shoved me aside and stomped off angrily, and I felt so confused. I tried not to think about it much, but Eva wouldn't quit. Whenever she heard Eric and me talking on the phone, she'd pull funny faces to distract me or start making a lot of noise. One afternoon, I lost my cool completely. Eva, what is your problem? Get over it. Eric likes me, not you. I don't want him. That guy is a jerk, and you're being foolish. He is no good. Yeah, nobody's good enough for me, but they're perfectly fine for you. You'd take him in a second if you wanted to. Maybe she finally got the message because she stopped nagging me about him. After graduation, Eric and I got accepted into the same university. We wanted to be together through college, so I'd taken up an engineering degree like him and put away my pilot dreams. I cared for him deeply, and he came first. One morning, I noticed Eva's door was open and her bed hadn't been slept in. When I went in, I found a note on her bedside table. Mom, I'm leaving forever to live with my true love. Aisha stole my childhood crush Ryan, and she didn't even want him. Please give her poison in food. She took away all the fun from my life, but this boy is just a thrill. What? I didn't even know she was dating anyone. After this news, Mom had a total breakdown, and I had to take over doing everything in the house. She slept the whole day and was never interested in anything anymore. While all this was happening, I was still studying and dating Eric. After we graduated, Eric proposed and we got married soon after. But I couldn't leave my mom behind, so I begged him if she could come live with us. He happily agreed, and he was the perfect husband. But as his career took off, he started working later and later, and I'd almost never see him. When he was home, he just wanted to watch TV or go to bed. After some time, I decided I should finally start working on my dreams again. But when I told Eric, he did not react the way I thought he would. I know you have these dreams of becoming a pilot, but what about your mom? Who will take care of her if you're not around? We'll have to put her in a home, but if that's what you want, I'll make some calls tomorrow. Eric was right. I couldn't do that to Mom. I immediately put my dreams aside. Mom came first. 2 years later, I found out that I was pregnant, and I was so happy. But as my time came closer, I realized it was going to be tough taking care of everything by myself. When I asked Eric if we could hire a housekeeper, he refused. He said we couldn't afford it, and he was never around to help me with anything. Even after our beautiful son was born, he'd always be gone working. He was cold and distant. He had no interest in spending time with his family. One afternoon, I was mopping the floor when I heard Mom scream. I turned around to see her rush toward the baby as he was falling off the bed. She caught him just in time, but she knocked over a flower vase and it shattered to pieces. When Eric rushed in to check what was going on, he lost his mind and began screaming at her. You idiot. Do you have any idea how expensive that was? Money just doesn't grow on trees. I was so shocked. And then, furious. Don't talk to my mother like that. And she just saved our son from falling off the bed. Don't start with me. I work all day to provide for all of you. Do you think it's easy? I work all day at home too. And I'd get a job too, but you never let me. Your job is here, in this house. That's where women belong. That's just your backward thinking. I'm capable of earning a living too. You should be thankful to me, not giving me attitude. I care for you, your mother, your son, our son. If you're not happy with this arrangement, then why don't you leave? See how you manage on your own. Who was this man I married? I realized in that moment how wrong I'd been and how everyone tried to warn me against him. Ryan and Eva, they were right. I packed my bags and we left him. Eric didn't even try to stop me, and I had a newfound determination to prove that jerk wrong. We'd be fine without him. I got a job as a receptionist and moved us into a small house with my first paycheck. In all that time, Eric never looked for us. I began to think of Eva a lot, and I felt upset that I'd never believed her about him. One afternoon after leaving work, I spotted a homeless girl begging for food. When I got a closer look, my world crumbled to pieces. It was Eva. When she saw me, she tried to run away, but I caught her and held her close. "Where have you been, Eva?" She told me how her boyfriend only used her for money, and when she lost her job, he left her with nothing. "Why didn't you come looking for us?" "I tried looking for you both, but when you got married and moved, I had no idea where to find you." I took her home with me, and when Mom saw her, she nearly fainted. My beautiful girls, together at last. Eva moved in, and I got her a job as a waitress so she could get back on her feet. We rebuilt our relationship over time, and we'd never been closer. Some months later, Eva and I were watching MSA videos on YouTube with my son when suddenly I looked up at the TV to see the news. A young pilot had saved a plane from crashing, and he was being called a hero. And to my shock, it was Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, what motivated you to become a pilot? I loved a girl growing up, and she was obsessed with becoming a pilot. She even insisted she'd only marry a pilot one day, so I wanted to be one. But before I could tell her I'd cleared the pilot's exam, she told me that she had a boyfriend. I gave her up, but I'm glad I didn't give up on being a pilot. It's the most amazing job ever.
I was speechless. I called him up, and when he didn't answer, I left a voicemail. Days passed, but he didn't call me back. I'd almost given up hope when one morning someone knocked at the door. When I opened it, it was Ryan. He wore his pilot's uniform, and my heart nearly stopped.
I finally found you, after all these years.
Ryan, you never said you loved me. Why?
I'm saying it now. I love you.
So much has happened. I'm not the same girl anymore.
I know about Eric, about everything. I don't care. As long as you're willing to give us a chance, we can get to know each other again.
I agreed, and being with him was amazing. And he was really good with my son, too. I told Ryan that I'd only marry him after I passed the pilot's exam, and he supported me completely. A year later, I had my first official flight as a working pilot, and when I landed, he was waiting for me at the airport with a ring.
A deal's a deal. Will you marry me, Aisha?
Yes, I will.
Hi, I'm Ashlyn from Argentina, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My brother Carter is my twin. We don't look anything alike, but we've always been competitive. On the day we were born, we even fought to be the one to come out first. My dad was a professional soccer player, and my mom was a really successful business executive. They were both super competitive and encouraged us to be the same. Everything was a competition. My brother and I competed to see who could crawl the fastest, who could walk first, hold their breath the longest, and draw the best picture. The winner always got a reward. At the time, it was friendly and fun. We just loved to try and outdo each other. Sometimes, the boy next door, Nico, would come over and be the judge. He had a cool camera and loved to take photos, mostly of me making weird faces. Carter thought he could make even weirder faces. So, of course, it became a competition. And Carter wins again! What? Come on, Nico, why are you always siding with Carter? That wasn't even close, and you know it! You heard what Nico said. I won. We always play fair, sis. Whatever. Carter and Nico became best friends and loved teaming up against me, which was so annoying. Still, I loved my brother. He meant the world to me, so I was always a gracious loser. But Carter, not so much. You cheated. I did not. I beat you fair and square. It only got worse as we got older. My parents pushed us to compete with each other even more.
Winning is everything. If I don't win, my team loses.
And if I don't win, my company will fail and I'll be out of a job.
But does that mean that everything has to be a competition?
Of course it does, dummy.
I just wanted to have a normal relationship with my brother, where we didn't always have to prove that we were better than each other. But whatever I did, he had to do it better. I even let him win just so he wouldn't hate me. Not again! I guess you're just better than me. What can I say? Then one day, he crossed a line, and everything changed. When we were in the 10th grade, I was getting straight A's, I was captain of the girls' soccer team, and got the lead in the school play. Carter got B's, didn't even make the boys' soccer team, and only got a tiny part in the play with no lines. He hated that I was doing better than him. He stopped speaking to me in school unless it was to say something mean in front of his friends. Hi, Carter. You want to eat lunch together?
Wow, you guys smell something? Someone really needs to take a bath.
I could tell that Nico didn't like it, but he never stood up for me. When I announced that I was running for class president, Carter ran against me.
Vote for me if you want longer lunch periods. Vote for Ashlyn if you want twice the homework.
And then he humiliated me in front of the entire school.
You can't be class president if you have secrets, and my sister has a huge one.
What are you talking about, Carter? I don't have any secrets.
That's not what your diary says.
My body froze like an icicle. I did have one big secret, and in that diary, I must have drawn Nico's name 10,000 times in every color, shape, and size. Carter opened one of the pages and held it up so everyone could see. The entire school burst out laughing, and I just exploded. I attacked Carter with all the strength that I had, and it took 5 teachers to pull me off. We were both disqualified from running for president and suspended for a week. I was removed as captain of the soccer team, and they gave the lead in the school play to another girl. I was devastated. I couldn't get over how my own brother could betray me, and now so much of my hard work had gone down the drain. Even my parents were furious with us, but I knew that Carter was secretly happy. In his mind, we were equals again. My life was ruined, and my grades declined. It just wasn't fair. Then one day, I was crying by my locker when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
You okay?
I turned around to see Nico. My heart started pounding in my chest. I was so embarrassed I tried to run away, but I tripped over my shoelace and fell. But Nico caught me. For a moment, I just lay there in his arms, staring into his big blue eyes.
Ashlyn, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Listen, don't be embarrassed about the diary. Carter was a jerk for doing that, but the truth is, I only started coming over to your house in the first place because I had a crush on you.
Really?
Yeah, and when I would go home, I'd print out the photos I took of you and just stare at them. Kinda creepy, right?
About as creepy as having your name written all over my diary. Over the next few weeks, Nico and I spent a lot of time together. And at first, Carter tried to ignore it, but I could tell that it was driving him crazy. I was happy again. My grades went back up, and the girl who took my role in the school play got sick, so I got it back. I even scored the winning goal in our soccer championship game and was awarded Most Valuable Player. Carter finally couldn't take it and confronted Nico and me in the hallway.
Nico, you can either be my best friend or hang out with my loser sister, but you can't have it both ways. What's it gonna be?
Everyone stopped to watch. I was too terrified to speak. I just stared at Nico, who looked like a little boy lost in the woods. But then he made his decision and walked over to Carter. I rushed up to Nico and grabbed his hand. Nico, this is stupid. There's no reason you have to choose.
But he does, and he did. Sorry, sis.
Nico shoved me away, and my heart shattered into a million little pieces. What a jerk! That night, I burst into Carter's room and confronted him. What is wrong with you, Carter? Why do you always treat me like I'm your worst enemy?
Because I have to, Ashlyn.
What do you mean? It's Mom and Dad and the stupid competitions they make us do, isn't it? You're worried that you're gonna disappoint them.
I never said that.
I know that's what it was. Look, I forgive you for everything, but let's stop this right now before it completely destroys our relationship, please. For a moment, it looked like I was getting through to him. He seemed so vulnerable. I swear I thought I saw a tear in his eye. It's just what? But then his body tensed back up like he was suddenly possessed by a demon.
It's just that you're a loser and I will always beat you. Now get out.
The play was coming up in a couple of weeks, so I made a point of staying away from Carter. I knew he would try to sabotage it for me. Then one day, as I was rehearsing my lines, Nico walked over.
Hey, Ashlyn. What do you want? I want to apologize for my behavior. Carter is my friend, but he has no right to control who I talk to. I went with him that day because I wanted to help him see that what he was doing was wrong. But I was a real jerk, and if you never want to talk to me again, I deserve it. At that moment, I realized how much I truly loved Nico. So I let my anger go, and from that point on, Nico and I were inseparable. On the night of the play, I heard that there was going to be a huge talent agent in the audience. This was my big chance, but when I got up on stage, I completely forgot my lines. I had been so lost in my thoughts about Nico that I lost focus on the play. The theater was silent, but I could see Carter sitting all the way in the back next to Nico, and he was laughing. Then it hit me. This was his plan the whole time. He sent Nico to distract me. I was furious, but I wasn't about to let Carter win. So I gathered myself, took a deep breath, and suddenly, I remembered my lines. I poured all of my anger into the performance, and when the play ended, I got a standing ovation. I couldn't believe it. As I was leaving, the talent agent ran up to me. You were fabulous up there. I think you could be a star. Me? Really? Yes, you, Ashlyn. As she handed me her card, I looked for Carter, not because I wanted to rub it in his face, but because I wanted to share it with him. For just a moment, I thought maybe he would be happy for me, but he was gone. I felt like such an idiot for even thinking that. Then Nico came up to me. You were amazing up there. No thanks to you and Carter, you tricked me. I didn't know about his plan until tonight, I swear. When he told me I should spend time with you, I thought he had changed, but it was just a plan to distract you. I'm done being his friend. Why should I believe you, Nico? Because I love you, Ashlyn. And then he kissed me. I nearly melted right there in the middle of the theater. But then I caught a glimpse of Carter in the doorway. He looked sad. Over the next few months, I started going out on auditions, and right after graduation, I booked my first movie. Overnight, I became a huge action star. Nico was there for me every step of the way. Every time I booked a new role, Nico would come and visit me on set, but I barely ever saw Carter. He started staying out late at night and skipping school so he didn't graduate. After that, Carter moved to another city. Life was good, but I hated not having Carter around. I worked so hard to get where I am, Nico, and while I should be happy with my success, still, I can't stop thinking about Carter. He's an adult, Ashlyn. He chose to act the way that he did. Instead of trying to make himself better, he tried to tear you down, and it didn't work. I know, but I don't think it's all his fault. My parents turned us against each other from the day we were born. They taught us to be this way. A couple years later, Nico asked me to marry him. I wanted to invite Carter to the wedding, but no one had heard from him or knew where he was. I had an old number for him, and I often left him messages, but he never returned my calls. Then I got nominated for a prestigious acting award for one of my action movies. I was going to be on TV in front of millions of people at the award show, so every designer wanted me to wear their fancy dresses and their really expensive jewelry. I chose a stunning yellow diamond necklace that was worth millions of dollars. I left a message for Carter telling him about the great news. I wasn't sure if he would ever receive it, but it felt good to hear his voice. The night of the award show, something crazy happened. Nico and I stopped at my parents' house so my mom could help me get ready before the show. As Nico and I were walking to our limo, a robber wearing a mask jumped out in front of us. He shoved Nico to the ground and snatched the yellow diamond necklace. I sprang into action and used the kung fu moves I'd learned from my movies. I punched the robber in the face, kicked him in the stomach, grabbed the necklace, and then pinned him to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. I recognized the robber's voice. I snatched off his mask. It was Carter. My parents heard the commotion and ran outside. Carter, what are you doing? I'm so sorry, Ashlyn. I should have listened to you. But I was so obsessed with winning that I ended up losing everything. And now look at me. I haven't eaten in days. So when I heard your message about the award show and the necklace, I decided to steal it. It was a dumb idea. It's okay, Carter. No, it's not. I was a horrible brother and a worse friend. I hope that one day you can forgive me. This is all our fault. We were wrong to always push you two to compete against each other. We didn't realize the damage that we were doing. We are so sorry. We've always been so incredibly proud of both of you. I forgave Carter and my parents. Carter and Nico held my hand as the host took the stage. Then, the host called my name. Get up there, Ashlyn. You won. I walked onto the stage to accept my award. When I looked out and saw Carter, Nico, and my parents smiling up at me, I couldn't help but cry. It was a dream come true.
Hi, I'm Gwen from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the wealthiest families in New Orleans. My dad was a successful businessman and my mother was a pastry chef. But she stopped working when I was born to raise me. My parents threw fancy parties every weekend, and Mom wore the most beautiful dresses. Whenever they went out, people would stop to tell them what a gorgeous couple they were. I, on the other hand, was nothing like my parents. My hair was a mess, and I always had mud and grass stains on my clothes from chasing squirrels and playing in the dirt. On more than a few occasions, people mistook me for a boy, and the kids in school thought I was strange.
You want to meet my friend? His name is Charlie.
Ew, yuck. You're such a creep. Once in 8th grade, I was watching Mom get dressed for a party and I couldn't help asking, Mom, how come I'm not pretty like you? What? Of course you're pretty. No one has ever called me pretty except you and Dad. And you're my parents, so it doesn't even count. Are you sure I'm your daughter? Gwen, why would you say that? None of the kids at school like me very much, and I just don't see how I'm related to you two. Was I switched at birth? Am I adopted? You can tell me, I won't be upset. Mom pulled a beautiful gold locket from her jewelry box and put it around my neck. Inside that locket is a powerful secret. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find your answer in there. No way! It's true. I want you to have it. But you have to promise to wear it all the time to keep it safe. I nodded and opened the locket. There was a mirror inside. I don't understand. What do you see? My face, obviously. Well, that's the secret. Mom, that's really lame. One day, I hope you'll see what I see when you look in that mirror. When I was in 10th grade, things took an awful turn. Mom got really sick and went into a coma, and Dad and I were devastated. Over time, Dad started making bad business decisions and lost most of our money. We moved into a tiny apartment, but Dad was still struggling to make ends meet. Most days, he was too sad to even get out of bed. One day, Dad forgot to make dinner, and as I looked around for some snacks, I found Mom's old recipe book in a drawer. I picked a recipe and made the most delicious meal ever. What's that smell? It's wonderful. Dad and I ate together, and he smiled for the first time in months. After that, I started cooking dinner regularly, and it made me feel closer to Mom. A few weeks later, someone pounded on our door one evening. It was our landlord demanding rent. Please, I just need more time. This is the last extension. If you fail to pay next month, I'll throw you out. I really wished I could do something to help. Suddenly, I remembered Mom's words and opened my locket. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find the answer in there. I thought of all the recipes I'd been making recently from Mom's book and had an idea. I printed out a menu and went door to door in our apartment building with copies and tasting samples. And to my surprise, orders started pouring in the next day. Soon, I had to make so many lunch and dinner boxes to deliver that Dad started helping me. We were able to make our rent, and over a few months, we were supplying food to other apartment buildings too. We needed more space for our operation, so we soon moved into a small house. At the start of summer vacation, I was busy packing meals one day when I saw a moving truck pull up to the house next door, and a pretty girl my age stepped out of it. I thought I'd welcome her, so the next day I went over with a pie. But just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I heard people yelling inside and then a loud smash. I quickly turned to leave, and a few steps later, I tripped over someone's leg and fell over with my face in the pie. That was hilarious, and I really thought I wouldn't be able to laugh today. Why did you trip me up? Why were you snooping around my house? I just came to say hi, like a nice neighbor. I even baked you a pecan pie. Pecan? That's my favorite. Is there some part of the pie that didn't touch your face? Maybe this corner? That looks okay. I sat down beside the girl as she ate. Her name was Emily, and she told me the people screaming inside were her parents. I can't stand when they fight, which is all the time. They're so busy hating each other, they don't even notice me anymore. What are your parents like? Do they get along? Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about Mom. Yeah, my parents are like best friends. They're perfect together. But it's just me and my dad right now. Mom's out of town for a few months. Emily and I quickly became friends, and we spent the whole summer together, watching movies, riding our bikes, and baking cookies in the kitchen. When high school started, I was glad that I had a friend for a change. But the very first day, I saw some cheerleaders talking to Emily by the lockers, and then she came skipping to me. Guess what? The cheerleading captain said I've got a great look, and she wants me to try out. Well, that Candace is a jerk. She's always calling me a weirdo just because I don't paint my face like a clown or act like a bimbo. I don't know. She was really nice to me. It was obvious Emily wanted to join cheerleading, and I didn't want to sound petty, so I didn't say any more. And soon enough, I felt she started changing. Sure, she still hung out with me, but she'd run off the second Candace called her. She even started changing the way she dressed, and I could swear she was trying to imitate Candace's nasal voice when she spoke. One day at lunch, Candace and her gang walked over to us and invited Emily to a party. I'd like to bring Gwen too, please. Hey, why are you begging for me? I'm not dying to go.
Sorry, Em. The party's kind of exclusive, but I've heard some rave reviews about your food, Gwen. Think you could cater for like 100 people this Sunday? I don't mind if you come as a waitress.
I'd be happy to take your order, but I won't be waiting on you.
You could have made yourself loads of tips, but suit yourself.
As much as I disliked her, I didn't want to turn away a big order. I worked hard all weekend and Dad dropped it off at her place. But the next morning, I was shocked to find the food inspection authorities at our door. It turned out that Candace had made a complaint because she got an allergic reaction from something she ate at the party. She told me she had nut allergies and I was very careful. Well, clearly some contamination happened and we'll be investigating further. For now, we're suspending your business license for the next 6 months. I was so mad. And the next day when I saw her in school looking just fine, I felt even angrier. Candace, you have to withdraw your complaint. I'll give you your money back.
It's not about the money. You endangered my life. My parents take me very seriously, and they're not gonna back off. Sorry, there's nothing I can do.
You're such a witch. Emily, how can you be friends with someone like her?
Yes, Emily. Why don't you make a decision already? Who will it be? Me or her?
Emily stared at me blankly, then looked away. Candace smirked, and I stormed off. But later that afternoon, I found Emily waiting for me outside my house. Look, about what happened in school, let me explain. It's pretty clear to me, and I have no idea why you're here. I like being your friend, but I also like being a cheerleader. Why can't I have both? I can have those friends there, and we can always be friends outside school. If you can't be my friend at school, I don't want to be your friend at all. What's the matter with you? I just like being popular. I like being noticed and feeling seen. You don't know what it's like growing up in my house. Don't use that as an excuse. Everyone's going through something. It's not a good enough reason to be a jerk friend. You're one to talk with your picture-perfect parents. You wouldn't understand. Well, thanks to your friend, I might lose my business for good, so I have other things to worry about. Just go away, Emily. Fine, have it your way. And the next day, Emily was even worse. She actually joined Candace and her minions in making fun of me. That afternoon, I went down to a coffee shop that I knew was hiring. The owner was a kind man who was also impressed by my baking knowledge, and he immediately offered me the job. One evening, as I was at the cash counter, a cute boy with sunglasses walked in. He ordered some coffee and then dropped a $20 bill in the tip jar. I've never seen you here before. What's your name? Gwen. Nice to meet you, Gwen. I can give you my autograph if you'd like. Why would I want your autograph? You don't know who I am? Hey, buddy, I've got other customers, so if you don't mind getting out of the way, please. No one has ever talked to me like that. Well, maybe if someone had, you wouldn't act like the world revolves around you. Please, step aside now. Just then the boy pulled off his sunglasses, and everyone in the coffee shop lost their minds.
OMG, Damien, I love you. I'm your biggest fan.
Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed towards the boy. Then 2 huge bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and ushered him out the door. That night, I looked Damien up online and discovered that he was a pretty big movie star. I felt like an idiot. The next day, my boss called me in for a special shift at the coffee shop, and I found out that Damien had booked the place for a networking event and was inviting some big celebrities. I want you to make your mom's signature pastries that you had me try one day. I was only too happy to, and the guests couldn't stop raving about them. My boss introduced me as the baker, and I caught Damien smiling at me warmly. It kind of made my toes tingle. After the party was over, Damien asked me if he could drop me home.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Damien. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Damien and I talked and laughed the whole way home.
This was really fun. I feel like you really see me.
Of course I see you. I'm looking at you right now. Wait, I hope you're not telling me you're a ghost.
You're funny. I mean, most people just see my fame and stardom. They don't really bother to get to know the real me.
Who do you see when you look in here?
Not some famous star, just plain old Damien.
Well, I think plain old Damien is pretty cool. Damien came to see me at the coffee shop every time he was in town, and I had a growing crush on him. One night, Emily and her friends were at the coffee shop when Damien walked in. Is that? No way! Damien came up to me, ordered his usual, and then took a seat to wait for me to get off work. And suddenly, Emily and Candace were waving me over like lunatics. How can I help you? Introduce us to Damien. Come on, give him my number. You can do that for an old friend, right? I'm afraid I can't. I know Damien won't be interested in you. And why's that? Because you're as lame and fake as your jumbo eyelashes. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll complain to management. Go ahead. I only spoke the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned away, but just then Emily flung her chocolate shake at me. I missed it by an inch, and the shake made a huge mess on the floor. Then Emily charged towards me and slipped on it. She landed smack on her butt, and it was all over her clothes and hair. Everyone laughed as Emily struggled to get to her feet, and the loudest was Candace. One of her minions was even filming the whole thing. And by the next morning, the video was making its rounds at school, and Emily was a joke. She stopped talking to Candace and her gang, and after that, I'd always see her alone. I tried to reach out to her, but she was so mad that she refused to talk to me. And I found out one morning that she and her family had moved. She never even said goodbye. Damien and I started dating shortly after, and he even got help from his lawyer to have our license returned. The coffee shop owner wanted to invest in my business, and before I'd even graduated high school, we'd opened more branches and were supplying meals all over the city. Dad was managing it full-time and we were doing well. But the best day of my life was when I got a phone call from Dad saying Mom was awake after 3 long years. We hugged and cried for hours, and I was beyond happy to have her back. Her recovery was so miraculous that it was even all over the local news. Late one night, I was locking up one of our kitchen locations when I turned around to see Emily. Gwen, why didn't you ever tell me about your mom? I wanted to, Emily, and I thought I would eventually, but then we stopped being friends, and it was just painful to talk about. Like, saying it out loud made it too real. I'm so sorry. I never knew what you were going through, and I'm sorry for how I treated you. I just wanted to be popular so bad, but I was never good enough, and you were my only real friend. I hope you can forgive me. Emily, you were always good enough. I'm sorry you didn't see that. What's your secret, Gwen? You seem to have an amazing life now. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires. Inside this locket, you'll find the secret on how to achieve it. You want to know what it is? Yeah, absolutely. The secret is you. You just need to believe in yourself.